hats. Maybe other parts of Argentina? Some hats. From other parts of Latin America? Some hats, yes. America? Some hats.
But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they're all fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they're all fighting.
Great. Thank you for coming today. Well, maybe you're local nomad. Who here works remotely but is not a nomad? Who here would like to be a nomad?
But you see, it's not me, it's not my It's the same old team since 1916. In your head, they're still fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they're all dying.
You want to find your community? Maybe of remote workers, of nomads, of startup owners, of whatever that is. And I also want you to think about your intention, not just of what you take from today, but also what can you do? Can you inspire someone else? Can you connect people with each other who would make a great friend to each other, or maybe a business partner? Maybe you can help someone get a remote job. Let's really dive deep into this intention and let's make it come true in the next 2 days. Guys, I hope you all get really inspired. And I'm here to introduce to you the first panel. We have Fernando Straface, is the Security and Secretary General for Foreign Affairs of the City of Buenos Aires. He is the founder and former executive director of CPEC, Argentina's foremost public policy think tank and one of the leading think tanks in Latin America. His areas of expertise include good governance, public sector reform, and civil society. He has 20 years of experience in both regional and international positions with a focus on public policy in Argentina. Sorrel-Williams is a British freelance journalist and independent sommelier based in Argentina since 2006. She specializes in Latin America, writing about food, travel, and wine, all my favorite things, with a particular love for Argentina. She has contributed to an array of publications, websites, and books, including Monocle, Condé Nast Traveler, Decanter, and The Independent, amongst others. Fernando and Sorrel, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be here. I'm the Fernando Straface, the Secretary General of Foreign Affairs of the City of Buenos Aires. Welcome to all of you to Buenos Aires, to both of you, the ones that are here in person and the ones that are online. Welcome to this building, which used to be an electrical powerhouse, and hopefully will give us the energy for the conference, the energy that most of you need after the activities you've been spending the last 3 or 4 days and the activities planned for today. And welcome to this idea of making Buenos Aires a great place to live, to study, to work, and to visit. Things that digital nomads do all at the same time, and that's the secret. I'm very happy to introduce and to be in this introductory session with Sorrel-Williams. She used to be a digital nomad of Buenos Aires. Now she's a porteña, being a digital nomad in some other places around the world. And we are extremely happy to have you in Buenos Aires, to be our ambassador in different places. Very honored that you chose Buenos Aires to spend some part of your life. So thank you for being with us. And finally, I want to thank all the partners from the private sector, from universities, people in Buenos Aires that want to partner in order to make Buenos Aires the great place for digital nomads around the world. So thank you for that.
Thank you, and good morning and welcome to everybody who is here in Buenos Aires at NomadsBA, and also everyone who's online. Fernando, so you just mentioned that this is the first conference for digital nomads in the region, in Latin America. So why has Buenos Aires decided to organize this kind of event? What is the city's interest in attracting this type of visitors?
Short answer to that, Sorrel, is that because there is a huge opportunity for Buenos Aires in the global trend of digital nomads. As cities after the pandemic are trying to re-enter the international arena, the concept of quality of life is at the center of the determinants of competitiveness for cities. People will choose to continue living in cities if they find there a great equation of quality of life. And that applies not only to the natives of the city, but also to people around the world that want to follow quality of life, like you. And so before the pandemic was already there, but after the pandemic, it really increased this global trend of people that, very smart people, that know how to combine work and travel, work and cultural enrichment, work and enjoyment. And they go to places where there is some equation for quality of life. Some places provide the natural environment. Other places like Buenos Aires provide a vibrant city to enjoy, full of opportunities. And they bring to the city reputation, networking effects, spending. So Buenos Aires, we at Buenos Aires think that digital nomads are part of our value proposition for the future of the city. That's why we want to invest, we are investing all this time and effort in promoting the city.
So what can you tell us about digital nomads? What is the profile of the people who you're looking to attract? Where are they coming from?
First of all, they are very smart people because they are doing things that in previous generations was more difficult. Digital nomads are generally people between 25 and 30 large. They generally, I mean, there is no global data, coherent global data on digital nomads, but we know from the profile that the people that come to Buenos Aires, 85% of them have a college degree. 3/4 of them around the world come from the United States, Europe, and East Europe. For example, in the United States, the number of digital nomads went from 7 million before the pandemic to almost 11 million at this moment. So they are increasing. They tend to be at the places where they go. They are more than a tourist, less than a permanent resident, but they usually spend more time than a regular tourist in the place where they choose to live for a time. They spend around $6,000 for each visit, which is well above what a typical tourist spends in a city. And they tend to form communities like this one. They tend to attract each other. And part of the value proposition of a city is having that community. It's promoting that communities to develop and exchanging among them. It's like, in a way, it behaves the same way that immigration behaves. People call other people, and the idea of the gossip of how attractive it's a city is probably the best factor to attract more people.
Fernando, tell us about, let's talk about Buenos Aires as a destination. What are the advantages of this city for digital nomads? And also, what differential does it offer compared to other urban destinations, perhaps in the region and also the world?
We like to say that Buenos Aires has some of the attributes of a global city combined with the vibrancy and the flavor of a Latin American city. And that's probably our general value proposition. And that includes vibrancy, things happen in Buenos Aires during the day, at night. Diversity is also a huge factor in our attraction proposition. People from all over the world, from different religious, sexual orientations, ideological orientations. We live together here without many problems. And that, I think, is a huge attribute, especially these days. We combine a great educational offer. For example, in terms of universities, we have almost 50 universities here in the city of Buenos Aires, 900,000 students that live in Buenos Aires and in other provinces of Argentina, plus the international students that are coming more and more to Buenos Aires. Before the pandemic, we had 90,000 international students in Buenos Aires for a semester, from a whole course, from a whole career. That's a huge asset for the city. In the last couple of years, and you know more than anyone this, the food scene in Buenos Aires has increased. Now you have more options, restaurants, people like you choosing Buenos Aires as a base to comment on food, on wine. Cafes are finally arriving, more sophisticated cafes are finally coming to Buenos Aires. So, and also the price. I mean, I don't think it's the main factor, how cheap Buenos Aires is. But to be honest, these days, Buenos Aires is internationally cheap. Of course, for Argentinians, it's always an effort. But for people that come from the North Hemisphere, Buenos Aires is a cheap city, taking into account the quality of the services and offer that I was describing before in dollar terms. And that's a factor too.
I would just like to add, you were mentioning about specialty cafes, that also there's been a huge amount of wine bar openings. Obviously, wine is Argentina's national beverage. So I think that's a very important thing to add to Buenos Aires, that the wine scene is also very strong.
It is, and actually, in the last couple of weeks, the government partnering with the private sector of the city and the province of Mendoza, we will create in one of the neighborhoods of Buenos Aires what is called the Distrito del Vino, the wine district, which is going to be like a piece of Mendoza and some other provinces of Argentina that produce wine, Salta, San Juan, Rio Negro, and more, because more provinces are joining the wine production. Would be a piece of those regions in the middle of Buenos Aires to try those wines and to marinate them with different restaurant options. And I think that will be a huge attraction in the near future in the city.
I think it's definitely attractive for wine lovers, very exciting. Also, I wanted to just add that I'm a journalist, so I receive a lot of information and newsletters and press releases, and there was a recent study that said that Buenos Aires was either the 7th or 8th best city for students to come and study in as well, which I think is very positive. You were mentioning the 15 universities, so that's good information as well.
Yeah, as I was mentioning before, this was happening before the pandemic. And I think it has to do mostly to the university offer that the city has for different careers. And there are some rankings that says what Buenos Aires, for example, the QS ranking places Buenos Aires as the first in Iberoamerica as a city to study. But that also relates not only to the education quality of the city, but also to all the other things that happen in the city in addition to having a great place to study, including the nightlife. And we will push for that, we will promote that, because as I was mentioning before, it's not only a good impact in economic terms for the city, but also in terms of identity. Being the city that international students select to spend some time of their careers, it has a huge reputation effect and some other externalities. Students call their parents come, visit, some of them invest, some students stay in the city because they form a business, they create a family, and we think that the development strategy of Buenos Aires will enrich more and more if we bring diverse people to the city. We want to open the city to the world, and we want to bring different people to the city.
Fernando, tell me, so in addition to this conference, what other activities is Buenos Aires planning to attract digital nomads?
We have a special digital nomads program in the city that basically tries to facilitate, not only to promote the city as a destination, but also to facilitate for the people when they come to Buenos Aires to establish, to know other people, to make the administrative arrangements to be in and stay in legal terms in the city, to find accommodation. And we did that before with the international students with the program NomadsBA, that when you arrive to the airport of Buenos Aires, International Airport of Buenos Aires, will give you a package with a couple of goods and service already solved for you to start in Buenos Aires fresh. We will do the same with digital nomads. We will rely also on the digital nomads community, people like you and others, to facilitate the establishment of the city. Then we are working on with the federal government on a special visa arrangement, because as I mentioned before, digital nomads are not the typical tourists, neither the permanent resident. So we need a visa arrangement that is easy to access and that make you stay your whole period legally in the city in order to access some services, in order for the company you are working for abroad can give you, I don't know, the medical service. I mean, that's important. And probably the more structural factor that we need to improve, and that depends not only of the efforts that the city can do, is connectivity. In order to come to Buenos Aires, you need to be able to travel to Buenos Aires. This is a place that is down there in the world, and usually takes a couple of hours by plane to come. So if there are no more planes, fewer people can come. And we had a great situation before the pandemic. Actually, in terms of international tourism, we had more than 3 million people arriving to Buenos Aires every year. It was an international and an historical record. And now, after the pandemic, we are slowly recovering the connectivity options we had before. We need to improve that in order to facilitate the arrival of more people.
Just returning to the visa that you were mentioning. Currently, as a tourist, you have 90 days. So what is the plan? Like, how long could a digital nomad have a visa for?
The digital nomads, we are working on an arrangement that will provide visa arrangement for at least 6 months, which is some of the period. I wouldn't say this is the average period, but it's a fair period to think that digital nomads are going to stay in Buenos Aires. Of course, you chose to stay more than that, and we are very happy about that. And before you ask me some other question, then I'd like to ask you a question in terms of what is it that you find here that make you stay?
Oh, a lot of things. First of all, I would say that the opportunities, like the work opportunities, as a journalist, I write in English, and so I write for a lot of publications in the UK, in the US, Australia, Europe, sometimes even in Holland, in the Netherlands, my work is translated. So there's a lot of opportunity in that sense as having Argentina, Buenos Aires, and also South America as an area of specialization. So I think it was more a kind of rolling stone that gathered more and more moss, and so 15 years later, I'm still here.
And how was your time at your first arrival? Just when you arrived and you had to establish, what did you find that facilitated that arrival, and what things you think we can definitely improve?
I think my story is probably a bit different to a digital nomad from today, because I came here married to an Argentine, so it was a very different process. But certainly coming to Buenos Aires, it was always, I lived on the Atlantic coast, I didn't live in the city, so when we split up, I had to find my own way here, and it was always been a very friendly city. People have always been very hospitable and kind and friendly, and I think that social element and the warmth of Argentines and Porteños in particular is certainly instrumental in having a new family here, a family of friends, and I think that social aspect is very important. So I think that was probably very key in that and work situation. What can we improve on? A lot's improved in 15 years being here. One thing that has actually improved in the past couple of months was that it's kind of basic, but if you're arriving at the airport and having a mountain of taxi drivers all vying for your attention, now it's a bit more organized, certainly at Aeroparque, so that's been a positive that I've personally experienced traveling recently.
Okay, yeah. Great.
Okay, I think this is the final question. I'll just check, but anyway. Many people say that one of the consequences of the global pandemic is the loss of attractiveness of cities as destinations to visit and live in. Do you agree with that?
Don't count me on that argument. I think cities are a great invention of humanity, putting people together to live, to create, to produce, to enjoy economies of scale, not only for production, but also for interaction among people. I don't think cities are going to disappear or to decline in terms of their competitiveness for attracting the best and brightest. But it is also true that people need to, cities need to recalibrate the quality of life equation. Here in Buenos Aires, for example, we are implementing different urban redesigns in order to make the city more what we call polycentric, a city that has different downtowns around the city, so you don't have to live in one place and work in another place and commuting 1 hour to go from one place to the other one. Hopefully the community that is here today with us will enjoy different neighborhoods of the city with different attractions. Yourself, and I think you live in Chacarita, right?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Chacarita is a place, let's say 40 minutes from here, 40 minutes by car, in public transportation, 50 minutes, which is booming of restaurants, art galleries, bermuterias, the new secret in town, and we think quality of life improves if you live in a place that nearby you have different options to work, to study, to enjoy, to have food, to buy. That's what is called in the urban jargon the 15-minute city, the city with more human scale. And that's the type of transformation that probably the cities have to undertake in order to be more competitive. And the pandemic brought some opportunities to advance that agenda. First, because of necessity, and then because of the opportunity of continuing with that. In our case, for example, when there was this time where everything had to be done outside, during the peak of the pandemic, we recover some place from the street to make them more pedestrians. We established 100 additional pedestrian streets in the city, and you probably saw it. We allow restaurants to take some part of the vereda to make place for the people to have food there. We increased the kilometers of dedicated lines for bicycles, including some very traditional avenues of Buenos Aires where it was almost impossible to establish a bicycle line there. And we took advantage of the quality of public space in the city. In the quality of life equation of the city of the future, the quality of public space is going to be key. Having a place outside your apartment or your house where you go to your kids, you go to run, or you go to enjoy a picnic, or to work, or to organize the birthday of your son outside your apartment is going to be a determinant. And the city of Buenos Aires demonstrated during the pandemic that our quality of the public space was there to enjoy. That, I think, is the real change that cities have to undertake, but I don't think there is a huge trend against the cities as some people will say during the pandemic.
Just going back to your question to me about what I would like to see improve in Buenos Aires, how can we make Buenos Aires more sustainable?
Well, first, being very conscious of climate change, and because of that, we just finished a couple of months ago, our climate change plan for reducing to net zero the emissions by 2050. We presented that at the COP26 in Glasgow a couple of weeks ago. And in order to do that, we need to. This redesign of the city, making it more polycentric, will allow people not having to move to one place to another commuting, using transportation. If they have to use transportation, we need to work more on the quality of the public transportation, so it's the best option to use against the car. We have to put in place other options for people to bike to work. We need to plant more trees. We need to change the technology of the buses in place to electrical buses. There are many, we need to recycle more. That's something that families in the city of Buenos Aires are improving, but still we have work ahead. But we have a plan, and we have a conscious of the conscious of the young people of the city that are driving other generations to join the movement of climate change. It definitely is at the top of the agenda.
Fernando, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you.
Thank you, Fernando and Sorrel. That was really great.
Thank you.
Guys, at 11 o'clock, we have the next talk. It will be called Diverse and Inclusive Destinations. You can have a little break, and 11 a.m. sharp, we'll be back here with the next talk. Thank you.
you and you are not the one in your way. And then I think about myself and I stayed. I'm a pretty boss, look on my shit brain waste. I'm a freak in the sheets, but I got class. I'ma grab an ass if you want it. Best you ever had, give it to you bad. Ooh. I'm the girl that they don't talk about. Quiet with a big mouth. Listen for the doubt, then call it. Make you out for what you say to me. Look at every single date. If you got what I need, then oh, I'll take you on like a big deal. Eggs you can unseal. Key in ignition. Just keep me full like I had a meal once in a while. Feel alright. I know you like it. Can't fight it. I'ma let you ride the wave. I'm New York and you're LA. Come together, feel the shock waves. I had a way then to see it all on my own. I had a heart then, but the queen has been overthrown. And I'm not sleeping now. The dark is too hard to beat, and I'm not keeping now the strength I need to push me. You show the lights that stop me, turn to stone. You shine me when I'm alone, and so I tell myself that I'll be strong. Dreaming when they're gone, 'cause they're calling, calling, calling me home, calling, calling, calling home. Show the lights that stop me, turn to stone. You shine me when I'm alone.
¿Sigue la música? Sí. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being back here. We're ready for our next talk. It's something I'm super passionate about. It's called Diverse and Inclusive Destinations. This is a panel, and we have 3 participants here today. We have Pamela Malowicz, we have Anastasia Turska, and we have Mariano Ruiz. Pamela is the Undersecretary of Human Rights and Cultural Pluralism of Buenos Aires, of the government of Buenos Aires, where she's been working in different positions since 2007. Pamela holds a degree in institutional organization and management from the Universidad Nacional de San Martín. Anastasia is a Spanish-Russian translator. She arrived in Argentina in 2003 and has been actively participating for 8 years in the organization of young people of the Russian community in Argentina. And we will have Mariano joining us online. He is a LGBTQ+ human rights defender. He is responsible for communications of the Latin American Network of Trans People and coordinator of the international relations team of the Argentine LGBTQ+ Federation. Please give them all a round of applause. Thank you. Feel free to sit over there.
Hello, good morning. I am Pamela Malevich. It's a grateful for me invitation of the Secretariat of International Relations to moderate this panel on diverse and inclusive destination. If there is something that distinguishes Buenos Aires, is that it's a plural, diverse, and inclusive city. We are proud of the 50 communities from all over the world that coexist here. We will be talking about this with Anastasia, a young Russian woman that lives in Buenos Aires. On the other hand, our city is a worldwide reference in terms of the LGBTQ+ agenda. Throughout the year, we develop the activities that involve all citizens to think, practice, and enjoy diversity in the city. We will talk about this with Mariano Ruiz, a young LGBT activist who is nowadays in New York. So the question is, why Buenos Aires is an interesting destination for nomads? Anastasia, let me start with you. Tell about yourself and your experience in Buenos Aires.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you to everyone. I'm Anastasia. I live here in Argentina for 18 years now. 20 years ago, my parents came here to Argentina. It wasn't their final destination, but life takes unexpected turns, and 2 years later, they brought me here. I came here without speaking a single word in Spanish. It was very difficult for me. I spoke English, which helped me a lot. 2 last year of primary school, I finished in Russian embassy school. It was a huge mistake because we learned only Russian. I still didn't speak in Spanish. Then I started Argentina high school. I didn't speak Spanish at all. Until now, I thank to my teachers who have so much patience for me and my Spanish in the first year. And special thanks to my Spanish teacher who helped me a lot. I didn't know how to write in Spanish or grammar or anything. She always explained everything to me, like for a baby. I remember having an oral biology exam, and I don't know the word magnet in Spanish. I spent 15 minutes trying to explain what I want to see. And my teacher looked at me and said, "You mean magnet? No, I will never forget this word again." In my first year, I became friends with an Argentina girl, Europea. 16 years later, and we are still friends. She helped me to adapt me in Argentina school and improve my language. After a year in the school, I could explain myself, but in the basic level. I lacked vocabulary, so with her I read Borges, Garcia Marquez, and others to enrich my vocabulary in Spanish. After school, I had planned to go study in Australia, but I didn't want to get away from all the friends I already got here. Here in Argentina, making friends is very easy. Here people are very nice, friendly, and very open. These were the first time when I felt that Buenos Aires is my second home. And I started planning my life here. I started studying law, and a year later, translation. Buenos Aires is multicultural capital. In the city, many communities coexist, and there's space for everyone. Buenos Aires doesn't forget that it is a city of immigrants, so it provides space for communities to revive, share, and learn about coexisting culture of the city. One of the biggest events is Buenos Aires Celebra Germany, Italy, etc., where there is music, dance, and traditional songs from each country, along with their handcrafts and typical food. It's an event to which the porteños, people who live here in Buenos Aires, go very often and wait for them. In my case, I organized together with the government of the city of Buenos Aires and Russia community the Buenos Aires Celebrate Russia for more than 10 years now. For us, it's a unique opportunity to show our culture, food, and our soul, and break the classic stereotypes about Russian. Buenos Aires is a city full of culture. We have many theaters, cinemas, museums, fairs, libraries, bookstores, etc. You find something for every taste and at affordable prices. The culture of reading is highly developed here. If you need a book, you don't have to walk far to buy one. If you want to listen to jazz, you have a lot of place to do it. People dance and sing in the streets. There are open-air concerts. For me, the cities that never sleep. And any time there is movement in the streets, there are open places. In spring, when everything blooms, it's where it looks the most beautiful, with its green spaces and parks. Not to mention this very pet-friendly city. Here I was able to allow pets because I can take them everywhere. So my plan is to stay here, no doubt, because it's my second homeland. Obviously, I will continue to travel around the world to open my mind, to take experience, and to meet people. But I will always return to my home, to my dear Buenos Aires.
Thank you, Anastasia. Let me continue with Mariano. Mariano, please. Are you there?
Here.
Hello, Mariano. How are you?
Hi, Pamela. Hi, everyone there. I'm really good.
Well, Mariano, can you introduce yourself and tell to the audience what do you want? Are you passionate about?
Yes, my name is Mariano Ruiz. I'm 35 years old, and I've been working with the LGBTIQ community in Buenos Aires since I moved here. I'm originally from a small city in the south of Argentina, and came here to study foreign policy when I was 18. Since I was 18 years old, I started working with different LGBTIQ organizations in the city. This was back then when Argentina was not as equal as now. In this more or less 15 to 17 years, we conquered different laws that make our country a pioneer in human rights for LGBTIQ people. especially with the approval of the Equal Marriage Bill back in 2010 and the Gender Identity Law in 2012. Since then, I've been working with the community and also involved with migrants and refugees, LGBTIQ migrants and refugees that come from different countries such as Russia, Jamaica, Ghana, Egypt, because they are being persecuted because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And luckily, Buenos Aires is a city which is really diverse and has lots of public policies that make the LGBTI community feel safe in the city.
Okay. Do you want to speak about all activity you make here in Buenos Aires?
Yeah, honestly, I think Buenos Aires is a really diverse city, is a welcoming city for all LGBTIQ people, especially because different policies that had been implemented from the city government, especially with the implementation of the Trans House, which is a day center for the support of the trans community, and the Pride House, which is another day center that gives support to diverse families and LGBTIQ elders, in between others. Additionally, the city has lots of events. As you may know, Argentina celebrates Pride around November instead of July like in the rest of the countries in the world. This is because we celebrate the anniversary of the creation of the first LGBTIQ organization back in 1960s, which was called Nuestro Mundo. It's like our world will be the translation. So we have the Pride celebration around November. Together with the Pride Parade, which happens usually the second weekend of November, we also have an event that is promoted by the city government, which is called Pride BA. It's like the original name is Orgullo BA, which is a full week of activities in which the city government, together with civil society organizations and businesses and companies, promote a week in which we celebrate diversity. This is really important because this does not happen in every part of the world. We know that still 70 countries criminalize LGBTIQ people, and it's really welcoming to feel safe and with all our human rights respected in the city.
Okay, thank you, Mariano. Do you think Buenos Aires is an LGBT-friendly city?
Yeah, I will say that we are on the way to be more equal day by day. In the last couple of years, as I said, there were lots of policies that had been implemented at the federal level and also at the city level. This is actually really important because the promotion of human rights of LGBTIQ people is a key for equality. We still have a long way to go. There are lots of policies that need to be still implemented at the federal level, although the city has showed that is one of the most diverse cities in Latin America. So I would say yes. I mean, if you're an LGBTIQ nomad and you're trying to look for a place in which you will feel yourself and you will be able to be your real you need to come to Buenos Aires City.
Thank you, Mariano. Anastasia, do you think Buenos Aires is a good place to live, to work, to enjoy for the different communities?
Yes, indeed. The first is have so many cultures here. So we have some Europe part of a city, American, very Argentina part. So for me, it's a very good place because we have totally cultures, food for everywhere around the world. And yes, for me, yes. It's because I stay here for 18 years.
Okay, perfect, perfect. I don't know if we have some question of the audience. No? It's okay? Well, thank you, Anastasia and Mariano, for talking, for taking this time to meet with us and for share your stories and experience. I am sure that it will help others to choose Buenos Aires City as a destination to work, live, and enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pamela.
Thank you so much. This was amazing. I'm so happy to be in a city that thinks that diversity is important and that human rights should be respected. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. Thank you. You guys can go to the back.
Of course.
We're going to go get ready for the next talk by Matt Bowles. The talk is called The Real Reason to Start an Interview Podcast, Lessons from the Maverick Show. Maybe some of you have heard of the Maverick Show already. It's a really cool podcast. It's been running for quite a while now. Matt interviews today's most interesting location-independent entrepreneurs and world travelers. He also interviewed me. Matt co-founded his business, Maverick Investor Group, in 2007 as a fully remote real estate brokerage to help people buy cash-flowing rental properties in the U.S., regardless of where they live. So this is a real estate business for digital nomads. He's been a full-time digital nomad with no permanent base since 2013, and he has run his company from 65 different countries in 6 continents. Matt is a proponent of stylish minimalism and travels the world through multiple climates with carry-on luggage only. He was featured in the forthcoming film Roamers, check that out, the first ever studio-backed documentary about digital nomad lifestyle. Please give a warm welcome to the stage, Matt Bowles.
Buenos Aires, what's up? So good to be back here. I have been to this city 3 times, and it has so much special meaning to me. This is where I started my nomad journey back in 2013. Now, how many people in the audience today are already totally location independent, full-time digital nomads that can travel the world on their own terms? Fantastic, welcome. How many people are aspiring nomads that are here to learn how to become location independent so you can travel the world on your terms? All right. For those people, I want to share with you that there is a process that all the nomads know about when you transition from living in a house or an apartment to becoming a full-time nomad, which is that you have to downsize your life from stuff that fills a house into stuff that you can carry on a plane with you, okay? And when you go through this process, you need to be really discerning about what you choose to take with you and only pick the most important essential things. At least that's what you're supposed to do. And then, of course, there's what I did, okay? I was living in an apartment in Los Angeles, California, and I was getting ready to downsize and pack to come to Buenos Aires and start my nomad journey. And I walk into my kitchen, and there in my kitchen, I have on my countertop an espresso maker, okay? This is a countertop appliance. It's a 1,000-watt electrical appliance, but I used it all the time. So I said, you know what? I think I'm going to bring that. And so I packed this thing. It took up an entire suitcase, just the espresso maker. I wrapped it in t-shirts, and that was one suitcase packed. And then I pulled out another enormous suitcase for my clothes, and I went into my closet, and I started deciding, what clothes am I going to take? And I said, oh, there's a pair of hiking boots. I haven't worn those hiking boots in 10 years, but maybe I'll go hiking. I think I'll take those. And I packed the hiking boots. So I arrive in Buenos Aires with an enormous amount of luggage, right? And I finally make it to my apartment in Palermo Norte, and I get all my stuff up there, and I take out my espresso maker, and I'm so excited that I got it all the way here, and I go to plug it in, and then I realize that in Argentina, you have 220 electrical voltage system. In the United States, we have 110. So not only is it not going to work, but it's probably going to explode if I plug it into the wall. So I immediately message my landlord and I say, listen, I have this problem. I need something that's called an electrical transformer to transform the electrical current. She says, oh, no problem. You just go down to the hardware store on the corner. They should have one. I say, oh, great. I'll go down to the hardware store. It's my first day here, so I'll do that, and then I'll walk around the city. And you know what? I'm going to wear these hiking boots that I brought just to prove to myself that I'm going to actually use the things that I brought. So I put the hiking boots on, go down to the hardware store, and the guy says, yeah, we got electrical transformers. How many watts is the item that you need this for? And I said, milliwatt. And the guy looks at me and just starts laughing. He's like, man, there is only one place in the whole city that sells an electrical transformer for an appliance that size, and it's about a 30-minute walk from here. Writes down the address. I say, okay, you know what? I was planning to walk anyways. I'll just walk to that hardware store. So I go, I walk, and I tell the guy there what I need, and he has it. And he goes to the back, and he brings it up, and it is this enormous, heavy thing. And he says, that's what you need, an electrical transformer for a 1,000-watt appliance. So I have no choice. It's the only way I can get my espresso. So I buy it from him, and then I'm carrying this thing back, right? And I'm walking back to my place, and it starts to rain. And I start to get wet, and there's no taxis or anything, so I just keep walking and walking and walking, and it just rains harder and harder and harder. And I'm walking and walking, and then all of a sudden, I'm just completely drenched. There's puddles on the sidewalk, and then the sole of my shoe starts to come off, because remember, these are my hiking boots. I hadn't worn them in 10 years. So my shoe starts coming off, and then all of a sudden it just literally falls off my shoe. So now my socks are stepping in puddles on my right foot, and then my left sole of my shoe starts coming off, and then that falls all the way off. So now I have my two socks. I'm just walking through puddles, and I'm totally drenched, and finally I get back to my apartment. I'm drenched all the way through, but I have my electrical transformer, and I put it up on the counter, and I plug my espresso maker into it, and I plug it into the wall, and it works. And I have espresso for the time that I'm in Buenos Aires in my apartment. And then I realized, now, if I'm going to continue to Nomad with this, I have to bring both the espresso maker, which takes up an entire suitcase, and this enormously heavy electrical transformer. And so it was at that moment that I realized I need to figure out how to be a nomad. I need to learn how to pack for this lifestyle. And so I started studying minimalist packing, and now today I travel the world with carry-on luggage only. And I have traveled to 65 different countries over the last 8 years with no permanent base. And I have done this while running my business, which is called Maverick Investor Group. We are a real estate brokerage in the United States, and we serve real estate investors. We help people to buy cash-flowing rental properties in the United States from anywhere in the world. And you can do that because these are turnkey rental properties. So they're single-family homes, and they're either brand new or fully renovated properties. They already have a tenant in place paying rent. They already have a local property management company that's handling the tenant, collecting the rent, dealing with the maintenance, so you can own them from anywhere. And I have been running this business remotely since I founded it with my two business partners. We built it with a completely virtual infrastructure, and I've been traveling the world for the last 8 years and running my business remotely. And as I was doing that, traveling around, I started running into all of these other location-independent entrepreneurs and world travelers that had built amazing businesses, many of them, like mine, in spaces that are not traditionally virtual at all, and yet they had done it. And they had all of these incredible travel stories. So I just would be winding up in these conversations in all of these places. Like I'm on a rooftop bar in Bangkok, and I'm having these unbelievable conversations. And I was like, I really should record these conversations because they're just amazing. And so I started the Maverick Show podcast in 2018. And I have published episodes every single week and now have listeners in 144 countries. And what I want to do today is to talk to you about the real reasons to start an interview podcast, okay? How to start an interview podcast, That's the easy part, okay? I've actually put together a whole free resource list for you that I'll give you at the end of this in terms of all of the equipment I use and the services and the vendors and how to actually do the technical stuff to start a podcast. That's the easy part. The important part is why to start an interview podcast. So after doing this every single week since 2018, I reflected on the top 10 lessons for why to start an interview podcast, and that's what I want to share with you today. Number one, networking and relationship building, okay? As soon as you start an interview podcast, you immediately confer upon yourself authority and influence. You, all of a sudden, own a media platform, okay? That enables you to offer value to other people by inviting them to appear on it, okay? You're giving them a free marketing channel to appear in front of the audience that you have created, and now all of a sudden you have the preeminent networking opportunity, okay? Because you can approach people and invite them by offering them free value. And then once you actually record the interview with them, you build a deep, meaningful connection with your guest. This is very different from just like chatting at a bar or at a conference in a hotel lobby over lunch or something like that. You actually produce a piece of art collectively that you are both really proud of, and now you are bonded with that person in a deep and meaningful way, okay? It also enables you to connect with the experts that you want to learn from, okay? Many times, people charge enormous amounts of money for consulting. People that are really successful, that have done amazing things, they're not just gonna talk to you and give you an hour of their time, but if you have a podcast and you're offering to interview them, you can ask them whatever questions you want and draw out their expertise on your podcast. Okay, this is Mei Ling Lai. She is one of the only women in the world that has ever managed a billion-dollar hedge fund by herself. She speed reads at 10 times the speed of the average college-educated adult with no comprehension loss. She built her first $2 million business by age 24, okay? When you have a podcast, you can access higher-level people that you wouldn't normally be able to access through regular networking things, right? This is Tony Jamous. He built a $100 million business in 5 years, right? He's now building his second business he's attempting to scale to $100 million, right? This is Kevin Harrington, who was one of the original sharks on the TV show Shark Tank. He's been involved with building 20 businesses to $100 million. How would you normally access someone like this? You wouldn't. But in this case, he had a new book coming out. I had a podcast with an audience that's interested in entrepreneurship, and I knew somebody, one of my previous podcast guests, that had a connection, so I was able to get him on the Maverick Show, and I was able to ask him, first of all, the business questions that I wanted to ask him, but also I went places that a lot of interviewers don't go with him. He's traveled all over the world. I asked him about the impact of world travel on him, and then I pulled out interesting stories. He told a story about how he won a wrestling tournament at 1 o'clock in the morning on Richard Branson's private island, and I got it all on my podcast, right? So these are the types of things that you want to do. You can pull out actionable tips and advice that you yourself want to learn from, okay? I bring people onto the Maverick Show that I want to ask these questions to. These are people that are experts in how to start and scale fully remote businesses while traveling the world, hyper-productivity and stress management techniques, minimalist packing, sustainable, ethical, responsible travel, how to get free flights and accommodations, dating and finding love as a nomad, health, fitness, and self-care during long-term world travel, how to sustain this lifestyle over the long term, how to travel deeper, make more meaningful connections with locals in the places that we travel, fun ways to learn language faster and retain them. These are just a handful of topics where I bring experts in these topics and I ask them questions because I personally want to learn all of this stuff, but I'm recording it and I'm delivering that value to my audience, right? And then what happens? You get promoted by your guests in return, because remember, you've created a joint piece of art together. You've done this interview. It's a collaborative project. You're both proud of it. So of course your guest is going to want to share it with their audience. And when they do that, they are giving you a warm introduction to their audience. Hey, I was on this really cool podcast with this great host. You should check me out. It's their audience. So of course their audience is going to want to hear them on a podcast, but then they also hear you, the host, and they're like, oh, cool, wonder who else this person has interviewed. They subscribe to your show, and that's an amazing way to build your audience. The other thing is that I find that really amazing people tend to hang out and associate with other really amazing people. So those guests can often then recommend to you other guests, and they can make a warm introduction. Hey, I was on this really great podcast. The host is fantastic. I think you'd be a great guest as well. And when you have that type of introduction, and you're not just approaching someone cold, all of a sudden they're much more likely to come on your show. And that is how I have found a lot of my guests. And if your guest has their own media platform, maybe they host a podcast, maybe they have a YouTube show, maybe they have a blog where you can put a guest post, they will often reciprocate and invite you to appear on their platform, okay? This is Majid Mujalid, by the way, who I met in Buenos Aires at a tango class. He's from Accra in Ghana. He has built a company that is revolutionizing cross-border money transfer on the continent of Africa, has raised millions of dollars in investment capital, cutting edge stuff. I interviewed him in his hometown in Accra, Ghana. Number 6, having your guests want to buy from you or refer you customers, okay? When I interview one of my guests and I'm preparing them for the interview, one of the things I do is I give them background context on me. Here's who I am. Here's what I do. So they'll know who they're going to be speaking with, okay? So all of my guests know what I do professionally. And specifically, we, Maverick Investor Group, have positioned ourselves as the #1 company in the niche to help digital nomads buy U.S. rental properties. Okay? So all my guests know this when they come on the show. And so when I build that connection with them, and I build that bond with them, the number of guests that then say to me, hey, you know, I'd really be interested in talking to you about investing in rental properties. Could we set up another call to do that? Enormous number of my guests do that, okay? And then they become interested in that, right? Or they refer people to me for that, because this is the concept of affinity marketing. Right? If you're a digital nomad and you're interested in investing in real estate and buying rental properties, are you going to be more interested in going to a traditional real estate agent and looking somebody up on the internet that you don't know, or buying through another digital nomad that you know and you have a relationship with, right? And all of our sales are relationship based in our company. That's how we do it. So a podcast is your ability to build a relationship, and then oftentimes those people are interested in buying your product, or they are at least interested in potentially referring you people that they know would like to buy your product. How many people right now already have their own businesses? You have a product or service that you sell of some kind. Okay, how many people do not yet have a business or a product or service that you sell? Maybe you're an employee or something like that. Okay. So if you do not have a product or service to sell, one of the other beautiful things about doing an interview podcast is that you can have guests on your show that have products and services, and you can become an affiliate for those products and services if you like them, use them, and believe in those products and services, okay? So this is Sam Pessin, who is the co-founder and president of the largest international work travel company in the world. It's called Remote Year. How many people here have ever heard of Remote Year? Okay, I did Remote Year as a participant, right? I participated in the program a number of years ago, back in 2017, and the idea is that it brings together a community of remote professionals, and Remote Year, the company, provides an itinerary for 12 months where you live in 12 different cities over the course of 12 months on 4 continents, and they provide the accommodations, co-working space, events to do on the ground, all of that, but it's the same community. It's like 50 people that travel together across the world for an entire year, okay? And our final destination, our final city for our final month was Buenos Aires, Argentina. And that was one of the most emotional months of my life because I had just traveled with these people, this amazing community of human beings, had the best year of my life over the course of 12 months, seeing these people every single day, exploring the world with them, having amazing experiences. And then Buenos Aires was our final city where we had to spend the last month together and then eventually part ways and go off on our own direction. And so it was one of the most meaningful months to me. And so Remote Year, I tell people all the time, is one of the best experiences of my life. And so when I have Sam on the podcast as a guest, I can talk about how much I appreciated and enjoyed and got value from his service offering of Remote Year, and then I can refer my listeners to participate in Remote Year, and they get a discount when they go through my affiliate link, and I get an affiliate fee, okay? So even if you don't have a company, you don't have a product, you don't have a service, by doing a podcast and inviting guests on that do have a product or a service, you can just become an affiliate and offer your listeners the opportunity to buy their product or their service, and you can get paid from that, okay? This is Tiffany Green. She's one of the people that did that Remote Year trip with me, went around the world with me for a year on Remote Year. She started investing in real estate at age 32 while she was working at her full-time job. By age 42, she was making more money from her rental property income than her salary at her job. And so she quit her job, and she has been traveling the world full-time, living off of her passive rental income. After Remote Year was done, I have stayed in very close touch with many of the people from my group. One of them is here today in the audience, in fact. Tiffany is another one. So Tiffany and I did a trip. We went to Lagos, Nigeria for a month. This was 2019, and I interviewed her there. And what happens when you're interviewing people every single week on your podcast, your listeners that subscribe to your show start to know you and like you and trust you and develop what are called parasocial relationships, one-sided relationships where my listeners know all of this stuff about me, right? And they really feel like they know, like, and trust me. And so what that does is it creates a base of, number one, potential customers, right? But number two, this was really interesting because I hadn't even thought of this until it happened, potential employees that want to work for you because they love your brand and they're passionate about your brand, right? And they want to work for you. I was at a conference in the United States I was speaking at South by Southwest. How many people have heard of the South by Southwest conference in the United States? It's one of the largest conferences. It gets about 100,000 people. I was on a panel about digital entrepreneurship, okay? And at the end of the panel, we were standing there and answering questions. The audience members are coming up to us. And this guy comes up to me and he says, hey man, he introduced himself and he said, I came to this panel because I saw you were speaking on it. I saw your name and I knew you from the Maverick show. I've listened to every single episode. I was like, wow, I'm totally flattered, man. Thanks for saying that. And then he starts quoting the different episodes, And this episode where this person said that, and I used this, and I employed this in my own life, and it was amazing. And the episode where you interviewed so-and-so, I was like, wow, this is really a super fan of the show, right? Came to this talk just to hear me because he knows the Maverick show. So I said, well, listen, come out and have drinks with us afterwards. So we hung out for a number of hours and all connected on social media and all of that kind of stuff, and we're friends now, right? And so what happened was at my company, at Maverick Investor Group, when I had a job opening, right, what I did is I thought to myself, first of all, who are my super fans? Who are people that are already committed to the brand? They're not just looking for a job, but they would want to work specifically for Maverick, right? So I reached out to him. I said, hey, man, we got this job opening. Let me know if you know anybody. He said, oh, man, this looks like a dream job. I can't take it because I have these other commitments right now, but I know some people that I will go and I will recommend this to. And sure enough, he produced the candidate who got the job and has been one of the best people that we have ever hired. Okay, so when you build brand loyalty through your podcasting, it will produce potential customer base as well as potential employees. Okay, the other reason to do an interview podcast is to platform the stories that you want the world to hear. Okay, you as the podcast host become a curator of stories, okay? This is Agnes Nyamwange. She was born and raised in Kenya. She went to college in Uganda, eventually came over to the United States, did her master's degree in the healthcare space, and she trains people on life support. This is her job. So she was working in the United States. She was traveling. She tried to come back one time, and one of her documents was out of status that she didn't even know, okay? Tries to get back into the United States. It's out of status. They detain her in the United States, put her in a detention facility, deport her out of the United States, and then when you do life support, this is training that's like on mannequins and stuff. Like this is an in-person job, right? She had to figure out how to build a location-independent business using her expertise in life support where she could train professionals in life support, but to do it completely remotely, which she did, and we go through her story on this podcast, and now she travels the world full-time as a digital nomad. She's a very good friend of mine. We were together in Dakar, Senegal, in this particular one. Or the story of Hiba Nigam, who learned to speak 6 languages fluently by the age of 23, and now teaches languages online while she travels the world. Or the story of Francis Nyan, who became addicted to heroin in college, was a heroin addict who had an overdose, almost died, was on the verge of death, and then through his passion for travel, his desire to be a digital nomad, this dream that he had, that is what brought him out of it. And now he's been clean for many, many years. He's in a loving relationship. He built a 6-figure freelance copywriting business completely remotely and travels the world as a full-time nomad. These are the types of stories that I would hear when I'm meeting people and interacting with them and choosing to bring these stories to the world because I have a platform. Okay, so when you are the host of a podcast, you get to choose and curate the stories that you want the world to hear. Okay, and number 10, you raise your profile. Okay, if you platform great stories and you have spectacular guests and you deliver actionable tactics and value for your listeners that they can actually use, what will happen is that you don't need a lot of listeners. You don't need a huge audience. You just need the right people listening to your podcast, okay? I was in Cape Town, South Africa, and I got a cold email from a director, film director, and producer who said, we are producing the first ever documentary, fully studio-backed professional feature-length documentary on the digital nomad lifestyle. We found you through the Maverick show, and we'd like you to be one of the lead protagonists in the film. They said, we'd like to come and mic you up and follow you around for a week and have you be one of the main featured digital nomads in our film. They found me through the podcast, okay? And what I said to them was, I was in Cape Town, and that was when I was going to meet Agnes in West Africa, and I said, why don't you come to Dakar in Senegal, and I'll be there with my homegirl Agnes, and so you can get 2 of us in the film for the price of one, basically. And I said, she's going to be amazing in your film, will add more value than I, so trust me, you want to have her in the film. And they said, that'd be amazing. So sure enough, they sent a 4-person film crew, $100,000 worth of audio video gear, came to Dakar, Senegal, mic'd us up for a week and followed us around all day, every day. And Agnes and I are both now in this film. And it's not out yet. They just did the theatrical release in Germany because it's a German film house. So they just did the theatrical release in Germany, and now they're working on a deal for streaming and distribution. But the other thing is that I'm on this stage today. The reason I'm on this stage today, there's only one reason why I'm on this stage today, and that is because on The Maverick Show, I interviewed the great Rosanna Lopez. And I reached out to her, and I asked if she would appear on the show, and she did. And we had an amazing connection through that conversation. And so when she was involved with inviting and selecting speakers to be on this stage today, she reached out to me because she knew me through that podcast interview, and she invited me to be here today. So I'm now back in Buenos Aires for the 3rd time. I still have an espresso maker with me, but it is a lot smaller than the original espresso maker that I brought the first time. And this one was actually recommended to me by my podcast guest. And it fits very neatly into my carry-on luggage. So what I want to do now is show you guys how to check out the Maverick Show. I want everybody right now, take your phones out. Phones up, phones up, phones up, because if you wait to do this, you're going to forget. You're going to be like, what was that dude's name? And his podcast was called something with an M. I can't really remember what it was. So right now, if you open up your favorite podcasting app, just go to Apple Music or Spotify, wherever you listen to your podcast, and just type in The Maverick Show with Matt Bowles. This is the image that's going to come up, so you'll know it's the right one. And just click on the subscribe or follow button, and there you will have me in your phone. And I also want to give you guys some free stuff. I put together a whole package of cool free stuff for you. And you can get it right here if you go to themaverickshow.com/NomadsBA. This is all the free stuff that I put together for you, all the stuff that I do. First of all, my podcasting resources, okay? I have links for you to all of the podcasting equipment, software, and vendors I use to produce the Maverick Show. Literally everything I use to produce the show is all in one place. I also have an audio training on how to produce a high-quality podcast. How do I find guests? Once I find the guests, how do I prep them for the interview? How do I do this, 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 this? All of the steps. This is the how part, okay? All the technical stuff, all the specific stuff, it's right there in those first two. Then, if you want to check out the minimalist packing video on how to travel the world with carry-on luggage only, that's in here for free as well. Then, my white paper I showed you earlier on real estate investing for digital nomads, that's here. If anybody's serious about the real estate stuff, you want to do a personalized consultation with my company, Maverick Investor Group, there's a link on how to do that. And then, of course, there's my personal contact information, which you'll also find here when you enter your email at themaverickshow.com/NomadsBA. You can do that right now and get all of this stuff for free. And then feel free to contact me, right? Like when you get this contact information, feel free to reach out. Let me know if you have any questions. Let me know that you saw this talk. I love hearing from people. And I will be around for the entire weekend as well. So at lunch or some other time at the conference, just come up to me. I love meeting people at these things. So just come up to me and just let me know that you saw the talk. Let me know if you have any questions, and would love to meet each and every one of you. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt. Matt, please stay here for a second with me. Maybe there are some people in the audience who would have a question for Matt.
Sure.
And there's someone with a microphone, so we'll be able to hear them. Great. Yeah, there's one over here.
First of all, congrats for the interview to Rosanna. That was a great episode. But then I want to ask you, what has worked for you after you had the first couple of episodes released? How did you find the right listeners for your podcast?
I don't know if I heard that entirely.
Shall we repeat the question?
Yeah, can you repeat that? Wait, sorry, can you repeat it? Just talk a little bit closer to the microphone.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Now it's better? Okay.
Yeah.
Congrats for the Rosanna interview. That was a great episode, first of all. And then I want to know, how did you find the right listeners after you released a couple of first episodes?
The
to your
right
podcast?
listeners?
Yeah, and how did you grow it?
Okay, so one of the great things about doing an interview podcast is that when you can invite guests on your show that already have an audience, right? So when I interviewed Rosana, she sent that interview to her audience. So she put it out on her social media, her Instagram. She put it on her Facebook, right? She shared it with her clientele, right? And her, as well as her friends and all that kind of stuff. And so she is someone who is a nomad, right? She's also very connected in the nomad space. She's organized amazingly huge meetups. She's very socially connected. She also works, in the space as, does her location independent business and affiliate marketing, all that kind of stuff. So she has both people that are interested in the business stuff, people interested in the nomad lifestyle. She's connected with a lot of people. So when she sends out that interview to her audience, they listen to the episode because they know her, they're interested in her, and then they meet me, right? They never heard of me, a lot of them, but then they meet me, right? And they see how the interview went. That's like, oh, let me subscribe to that. Let me see what other things this person is doing. So when you interview people that have the exact audience that you're trying to attract to your podcast, they send it out to their audience, and their audience comes over to your podcast, and some of them will subscribe to your show and will continue listening. And when you do that every single week, right? New audience, new audience, new audience, new audience. It's a form of free marketing, right? Instead of paying to put this in front of people who, by the way, when you pay to market, is typically a cold audience that they've never heard of you at all. This is, number one, free, and number two, it's a warm introduction. Because Rosana is saying to all of her people, hey, I was on this great podcast. Come check this out. This is a person that I really connected with, and we did a great interview together, right? So that, I think, is a really good way to build your audience.
Thank you for the question, Maggie. Maggie has a podcast as well, which you should check out, by the way. It's called Tiene que haber algo más. So it's basically what you do, Matt, but for the Spanish-speaking audience. Is that right? So just check it out as well.
Awesome.
Anyone else has a question? Ooh, a lot of hands.
I have two questions. One of them being, if you're bilingual, should you launch two podcasts, or how would you go about that? And the second question is, if I'm about to launch my first podcast, interview podcast, how should you go about it when you don't have such a big following in, for example, let's say English? Thank you.
So I think part of the answer to your first question is, who is your target audience and what is your reason for launching your podcast, right? So if most of your audience that you're trying to attract is Spanish language speakers, then do a Spanish language podcast and target Spanish language speakers, right? If you're trying to target English language speakers, you could do that. So a lot of it has to do with really thinking about who is your target audience, right? Do you have a company where you have a particular product or service and you're focusing it around that, right? If so, are most of your customers Spanish speakers, right? Are they from Spanish speaking countries? If so, then you could target that niche. So I would not go too broad. Like if you think your current audience and your current customer base or whatever is mostly Spanish speaking people, then I would start off with that. Start off with a niche, start off doing one thing, try to do it really well. If Spanish is the first language and most of your customers are already Spanish, start off where you have the most advantage and try to build from there first, I would say.
And then I guess the second part of the question was, what if you don't have a big audience in that language?
Right.
Would that be a similar answer as what you just gave to Maggie?
It would be very similar, okay? If you don't have a big audience, because when you start your podcast, you have 0 listeners. You don't have any, right? You're literally talking into a microphone and putting it out, and you have 0. And so what you want to do is you want to alert people to this. So there are some techniques for launching your podcast, right? So the first thing to do is, for example, contact all of your friends, people that know you, and say, hey, I'm going to launch this podcast. On the day that I launch, would you mind putting this out to your social media things and get 25 people that you know to agree to push it out and just say, hey, my friend launched this podcast, check it out, subscribe to it, whatever. So, there's techniques like that for the launch, but ultimately as you're building, think about, again, who is your target listener base that you want and what people already have that audience, right? What people have already built it. And then go to those people and say, hey, would you like to be a guest on my show, right? So now you have access to the audience of your guest, right? So find people that already have the audience that you want to talk to and invite them as a guest on your show. It's the best way to build your audience.
Thank you, Matt. One last question before we move on to our next panel. I see a question over there.
Yes, thank you, Matt, for a really inspiring talk. I'm wondering, when you're starting a podcast, how many interviews would you recommend to have ready to go before you launch? And do you have any tips on how, like, I'm so impressed that you're putting out an episode every week. What are your tips for, like, keeping that going?
Yeah, so definitely record a bunch of episodes before you launch. On the day that you launch, you want to publish 3 episodes simultaneously. So an episode that's typically called episode 0 is just you talking for maybe 7 to 10 minutes saying, this is what the show is, this is who I am, this is why I'm starting the show, this is how frequently it'll be published, this is what to expect from the show, right? That's episode 0. Then episodes 1 and 2 are your first 2 interviews, right? If you're doing an interview podcast, publish all 3 on the same day, okay? So that's how you want to launch it. But even though you're publishing 3 on the same day, you want to have recorded a minimum of 10. Do not consider publishing your first episodes until you have a minimum of 10 that are recorded and edited and professionally ready to go, okay? So have 10, because you don't want to stress yourself out about being like, oh my gosh, I need to find somebody else to interview this week or else I can't publish it next week. You're going to stress yourself out, and your podcast is not going to succeed because it's just going to falter and all that. So when you tell people you're going to publish every week, you want to be able to fulfill that. So record a minimum of 10, maybe more. If you're doing weekly, like some people do more than that. Some people do twice weekly or 3 times or daily or whatever. So I would say absolutely record, though, 10 weeks in advance for sure. Have it in the can, and then continue to try to outreach to people. But now you have a buffer. Okay, so you're going to do your outreach strategy, but you're going to have that huge buffer. So if somebody cancels on you and somebody doesn't show up, or they, whatever, you're not super stressed about it because you have a 10-episode buffer.
All right, yeah, I think this is our time. Matt, this was an amazing talk. Thank you so much for sharing all of the secrets with us. And please give us a big round of applause for Matt.
Thanks, guys. You want this clicker?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, and up next, we're going to get ready for our next panel. This is actually going to be an informal panel discussion with 3 amazing nomads. We call this panel Nomads Experiences, and we're going to discuss how 3 nomads have started their nomad lifestyle. What brought them into this, and we're going to listen to some fun stories. I would like to introduce you to Carlos Olivos, Germán Sturzenegger, and Christian Garavito. Carlos is the Airbnb Director of Communications for Spanish-speaking Latin America. In the last 6 years, Carlos has focused on the development of diversity and inclusion programs with companies. Carlos will be joining us virtually. Germán is here. He is a remote worker and digital nomad at startups and the multilateral corporate world. And then we also have Christian, who has been a location-independent translator for over 10 years and has traveled to 40-plus countries. Her worldwide journey has inspired her to start investments that she can manage remotely while being a full-time digital nomad. She has inspired many people to transition into the location-independent lifestyle in order to start their own journey. Please, speakers, join me for this panel, and we will have our discussion. Hi, you're already here, Carlos. Nice to see you. I don't think you can see me.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you.
You can see me? Oh, that's great. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. I am waiting for the other panel members to join me on the stage. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hello, hello.
Thank you. This is like Oprah Winfrey style, but Buenos Aires.
I love it. Much better.
All right. Hi. How you doing, Germán?
Good, good, good.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Well, this panel is called Nomad Experiences. So, of course, the people here are here to listen to what has brought you here, what has happened in the last years. You know, I want us all to think of that some people are already nomads, but some people are not yet. So, of course, they're curious to see what is it like, right? So, ladies first, I'd like to ask you, Christian, how did you start your location-independent lifestyle? What brought you there, and what made it possible for you?
Well, ever since I remember, I wanted to be a nomad. I remember when I was a child, I kept asking my mom for a house with wheels for my birthday, and she was like, why didn't I have a normal child? And I remember just, you know, being passionate about places and, you know, reading about different countries, and I took my first opportunity to go as an au pair to the Washington, D.C. area, as we were talking about it, when I was 18. As soon as I turned 18, I was like, I'm out of here, legally. And then I decided to come to actually Buenos Aires and study university here. So I lived here for 5 years. I studied translation, and well, when I finished my degree, I started getting clients online. And I was working here for 6 months online in my apartment, and I was like, okay, I already, you know, been here, I've been working for a while, I know the language, I need to go to a place where I can learn something new. And in this case will be German. German was like my third language to translate, so I moved to Germany and started working from a coffee shop. So I was like that girl in the coffee shop working with her laptop. And well, and then I think after a few years of just like traveling around Europe and working, I met someone in Austria that told me, oh, so you're a digital nomad. And I'm like, what is that? And it's like, oh, it's what you do. And there's a bunch of you, the same, you know, weird people like you, in Thailand, in this town called Chiang Mai. And there are co-working spaces where people come and work. And I'm like, I had no idea this existed. This was back in 2014, I think. So I packed my bags and went there, and I found the whole community. And it was amazing to meet people like-minded that were interested in traveling and investing. I started investing because, you know, you start traveling, you start, you know, listening to start crypto, and then Airbnb investments in property, because you start staying in Airbnbs, and then people, you know, start rumors about all kind of investments. So you try it and it works, and you can still do it remotely, so you keep on going, and then it just becomes a lifestyle.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Would you like to share, Germán, how you started and when was this and what brought you to this lifestyle?
So I've been working remotely and kind of like a digital nomad for 4 years, more or less, before the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
So I was working in like a big corporation, so kind of like stuck in one city for many years. And then I began working for a startup. So that's when I began realizing that you can actually be more productive, you know, from whatever you work from. So I moved for 1 year to Boston, working remotely. I was kind of like doing the startup work and the official job for quite a bit. But honestly, you know, I was super productive, and I realized that, you know, I could do this as, you know, as a day-to-day business. And then the pandemic hit, and the organization I'm working for, you know, began being more flexible in terms of, so at the very beginning, it was kind of like don't ask, don't tell policy. Okay, you know, I'm going for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months to, you know, whatever it is. Okay, go. Just don't tell anyone, just go. But then, you know, that has a lot of liabilities and risks for the companies. So they began actually implementing a policy in which they allow us to work remotely for 60 days per year. So I can choose my own destination and you know, work remotely from those locations. So and I've been like in and out from different cities. My anchor city is Washington, D.C. That's where, you know, I spend most of my time, technically, formally. But I've been, you know, 1 year in Boston working in kind of like a co-working space, incubation, acceleration program for the startup. Then my wife is from Dominican Republic, so I moved to Punta Cana for a few months to work from there. Dominican Republic is the country where Punta Cana is. That's the way we know it. And of course, Buenos Aires. You know, I have my family here, but and friends. But there are many more drivers that make Buenos Aires a very attractive city. And then I can tell you more about that. I actually have a slide on that. If you want, I can show it. So, I've been doing this for 4 years mostly. And I have a few principles that, make my decision possible. I want to stay productive whenever I go. I want to stay connected. I want to have an experience in the place I go to. So wherever I go, it has to contribute to my personal growth. And that's kind of like a driver that I put into the equation. So, I think you can stay super productive working remotely, and you can even be more productive. So that's my business case, and that's what I sell, and that's why I have been, despite working for an organization who is now flexible, but was not flexible before, I have been able to do it anyway.
I'd love to talk about the productivity and how to convince your employer or client to work remotely in a minute. Carlos, I'd like you to, if you can hear me properly, I'd like you to answer the same questions as your panel mates. How and when did you get started with your nomadic lifestyle?
So first, thank you for having me, and I apologize of not being there with you guys. Even though I love Buenos Aires, love Argentina, love my team that is based there. Unfortunately, this time I couldn't be there. I'm transmitting from Vermont. We're here with my future husband to start the opening of the ski season. We're skiers, so I definitely would like to go to Argentina for the ski season this year. Next year that it's going to be open for everybody now that the pandemic is starting to slow down, is a way to say it. But answering to your question. So me and my future husband, we are travelers. So we were always looking for opportunities to travel every time that we can. So when the pandemic hit, we actually were in Breckenridge, Colorado, skiing, and they actually closed the mountain. And me having the previous experience of the pandemic of the influenza, the H1N1, that we lived in Mexico City a few years ago, I remember that I said, okay, we're going to be locked down. What should we do? And we don't own a car because we're this modern couple that we only uses Ubers. So I remember when we flew back to Mexico City, we thought, we don't want to be here stuck in an apartment in Mexico City, completely locked down with 2 dogs. What do we do? Okay, let's pack our stuff and let's go to a beach. And we normally used to go to a beach in the Pacific Ocean in Mexico called Cipolite. So literally what we did is we arrived to our house, to our apartment. We rented a car for a month. We packed our stuff. We packed our dogs, including. We took our dogs with us everywhere we go. And that's where our digital nomad life started. We spent more than a month in Cipolite, and then was the peak of the pandemic, and it says what do we do now? It's we don't want to go back in Mexico City. It's completely locked down, right? So what's next? Okay, so then we started looking for Airbnbs to actually spend time in nature with our dogs, traveling all around. In that moment, I know that this might be happening to you guys, but when the pandemic hit, everybody was working from home. So we decided, okay, let's just look for the best home that we can find to try to live the pandemic life, take care of ourselves, be in lockdown, but in a place that it's suitable for us. Let's try to take advantage of this moment, and that's what we did. And since that started, we have been changing houses for month after month, looking in Airbnbs, and I'm happy to hear that actually Christian was mentioning that she's living that Airbnb life, and she started investing on Airbnbs, because that's what happened next to us. It's after the 3rd month, we actually discovered it's okay, I'm still paying my mortgage. It's I need to pay 2 rents now. So immediately the first idea was, okay, let's put our apartment in Mexico City on Airbnb. And I wasn't an Airbnb host before. So that actually started because we were living this nomadic life, and we needed income and resources to continue paying for the Airbnbs where we were living. So I put my apartment from Mexico City in Airbnb, and that's where we actually started like planning more and structuring more our life as digital nomads, and that's what led us to the nomadic life that we have.
Thank you, Carlos. Yeah, you just touched on a point earlier about, don't ask, don't tell culture, which is obviously a strategy to start working remotely without your clients or boss knowing that you do. But let's try to make this more of a above board kind of strategy. Do you have any experience to share or advice to share about how to convince your boss or your clients that working online is a good thing for you? Could you tell us about that?
Well, I mean, something that is, I mean, this is not kind of, it's a trend that is here to stay. So increasingly companies, even like big corporations or, big bureaucracies, let's say, are beginning to understand that they need to formalize and regulate nomad working remotely. So more and more, we don't have to make a business case or convince anyone. It's just part of the policy. Like there was a survey from the US market that like 80% of employees want to work remotely. So this is something that is being demanded, and companies are realizing that they need to regulate it, because if they don't, there are many risks. There are liabilities, there are immigration laws involved, there are tax laws involved. So honestly, thankfully, you don't have to convince anyone. It's just part of the policy. And those policies, those flexibilities will keep increasing whatever you work. And I think, Buenos Aires as a city, when you think about digital nomads, you basically think about freelancers and people working for startups. But there is a big opportunity for employees from big companies that at least part of the year can come to a city like Buenos Aires and work here remotely.
Absolutely.
So that's one. And then the main business case that you have to make to your boss or to convince him or her is basically that you will stay productive and that maybe you will be able to increase your productivity. And maybe a comment on beach destinations. So I wouldn't choose a beach destination. Why? Because it's very hard to stay productive, because you have kind of like a FOMO effect, like fear of missing out. Like you're working and then you have the sun, the beach, and you're like desperate to get out. So maybe a city like Buenos Aires, where we don't have a beach, but you have a lot to do. Maybe in my case, it's more convenient because, my productivity may decline if I go to a beach destination. But, you have to make the business case that you will stay productive and that
deliver results.
Deliver results. Deliver on your... especially in big companies or big corporations, bosses, managers, they like to, authority comes in a face-to-face way many times. So, you have to make them understand. And also companies have a role to play in terms of creating those capacities within managers, within employees to work remotely and to manage people remotely. So that's kind of like a pending issue. So you implement the policy of flexibility, but you also have to implement the training to train your managers to actually be effective at working remotely.
Get the good results.
But again, stay productive, deliver, and that's the best business case that you could put on the table.
Thank you, Germán. Do you have anything to add to that, Christy? Or is there maybe a case where a client thought it was weird that you were traveling or changing time zones? Was there?
No. The line of work that I do is mostly online, so I've never had that problem. Actually, most of my clients I've never met in person, and we have, they're in European time, and we have an excellent relationship. But it's not affected by where I am. But I think to add to that, in order to talk about the benefits of being nomadic or location independent while working, is some qualities that nomads tend to develop that I think you only develop fully when you are exposed to what nomads are exposed every day. And some of them will be adaptability, which is something that we need and we have used after the pandemic so much. Adaptability is something that nomads, every time you go to a different country and you need to find everything, like the holy grail, like apartment, internet, co-working, gym, everything. So you tend to adapt quickly to situations. Adaptability, we're more empathetic, we're more tolerant. because, what you're exposed every day. And I think those, emotional intelligence, that's the other one that I would say is one of our top qualities you tend to develop because of the situation and the environment. And those things are obviously positive assets to an employee in order to, along with productivity, in order to deliver like a good quality of work.
What is, I understand that Airbnb is flexible in terms of where the employees work. Is there, if there's anyone who works for a big company like Airbnb, is there any advice you would give on how to convince your boss?
That's a great question, and let me clarify something. In Airbnb, they authorize us to work from anywhere until September 2022. After that, we don't know what's going to happen.
Let's see, Airbnb, step it up.
The flexibility is always there. But for me, and I think Herman was mentioning, I have a team. Like I have the pleasure and the privilege to lead the Spanish-speaking Latam comms team. So my team is based everywhere in Latin America. We have like an amazing team in Buenos Aires. People also working from agencies in Colombia, in Mexico, in Bahamas, in Costa Rica, etc. So for me, one of the key words that every professional needs to have, and that's going to lead them to this open and trust relationship with their managers, it's accountability. Like for me, I learned that at the beginning from my career working for Procter & Gamble, and it's like, you need to show everybody that you're accountable and responsible of the projects that you have. And no matter where you are and at what moments of the day you work, etc., you need to make sure that you're accountable of that specific project or that specific goal to try to create this trust environment in your teamwork. Because for me, this is the key element, because I know that people that are accountable, they are going to deliver and they're going to commit to their work. No matter if they work at night or if they are connected. For me, having that accountability will generate that trust that will open this conversation about a nomadic life with your manager or your boss. Because when your boss knows that you're delivering the results that you committed to, that's that's what a boss or a manager or a business owner wants. I think we already surpassed the schedules and working specific working hours. For me, that has been in the past already. And for me with my team, it's funny because they ask me sometimes, Carlos, can I take a day off? And for me, it's well, you know that I'm not that kind of boss. You just do whatever you want. You just deliver what you need to deliver, and that's it. And for me, it's that accountability. It also linked to communication. So living this nomadic life or having this, being located somewhere else, you need to be sure that you're available and you have good communication assets to continue that linked to your team members, your boss, your manager, because that's another important thing. For me, living a nomadic life doesn't mean that you're on vacations every day. You need to work. The beauty of this moment is you need to make sure that you deliver the results and you organize yourself to take advantage of the city that you're living in and try to visit and know everything like you want to know while you're living there. But I think for me, accountability and pretty good communication that now, thanks to the technology, you do have it. For me, for example, being late in a Zoom meeting, that shouldn't be allowed. It's why would you be late? It's you're connected every day. So if you use these two powerful assets like accountability and a good communication, I'm sure that your boss won't have any problem about where you work and how do you live your life, because at the end what we focus on is on the results.
Could you actually continue? You just said communication. I'm sure that there are some online tools that you use to make that more efficient. Is there anything that is of daily use so that your teammates know what you're working on and that you can communicate effectively?
That's a great question. We normally use Slack, that is the official internal communication, but obviously Zoom calls and WhatsApp when needed. I think for me, those are the three main communication tools. But for me, the funny thing, it's like when we used to have this face-to-face, face-to-face work environment, we used to like to see each other. Now that we have like this remote environment, we talk to each other more. What's the difference? It's like we connect to Zoom calls, we just chat, and there's like fluent communication that needs to happen to ensure this, to ensure that everybody knows that you're working. Because this is again, this started like to happen to me when I started like this nomadic life, and it was like weird for my parents to see it, because there was like a couple of months that I went to live with my parents, just like to visit them, like living this nomadic life. And it was funny because I don't know if this has happened to you in the panel or in the audience, but it's like, okay, but you've been traveling a lot. You need like to settle. It's like, yeah, I'm traveling, but I'm working. And when I was living with my parents, it was funny because they actually got to see how my day works. It's like, oh, but you're in front of the computer every day. I said like, oh yes, I'm working. It's like, I have meetings, I have appointments. It's like, I need to be available and connected. And it was funny because they actually realized it, because they said that they could just appear and have lunch with me. And I said, no, you have like this hour for lunch. If you want like to visit me and have lunch with me, this is my lunch hour. So yes, I'm living in a rancho with a pool and an amazing mountain view and whatever, but that doesn't mean that I'm not working. It's like, I'm having like the opportunity to mix these two beauties of life, because I love what I do for work, but I also love traveling. So this is like how the magic happens. But for me, communication, accountability, and planning ahead, that's the three main recommendations that I would give to everybody.
Thank you for sharing that. I think we talked a lot about work and our experience as workers, but I think some people might be interested in hearing more about our travel experiences. Is there an experience you'd like to share where you had incredible productivity and it was perfect for your nomadic work lifestyle as well as your personal lifestyle? And is there an experience of a place that you went where you had like, you could not get anything done? Is there something you want to share with us, Christy?
Sure. Talking about Thailand again, we were talking earlier about how they built, at least Chiang Mai, they built a part of the city directly meeting the needs for the nomads. They built co-working spaces, fully furnished apartments, restaurants, bars, everything together. So you will walk to the co-working space, go to the restaurant, walk back, have your apartment fully serviced there. So you didn't have to think about anything. And there was a community there. Every co-working had a community. So you get there and you immediately feel welcome and feel like you can be productive. The same as Lisbon. Lisbon became such a hub for nomads that you walk in, you use, I don't know if anyone used Croissant to get co-working spaces. There's many. Every day you can choose a different one. You get inspired because you get different views, and there's like a community built by this amazing woman, a huge community in Lisbon, by the way. And you know, you have the meetups on Thursdays, social meetups, and every day you have a different meetup regarding any topic that you can think of. And that makes it more productive and more comfortable to work. And a negative place that I haven't been, I guess, where you were talking about the beach, I was in Koh Lanta in the south of Thailand, and it was the same. Like, you know, I will wake up and work, but then it will be like, oh, I want to watch the sunset. I want to go to the beach. The fear of missing out was so big. I remember there was this, we were running, trying to rush and finish work to go watch the sunset, and a guy was like, well, you can also stream it on YouTube. And I'm like, yeah, well, why am I here, right? So I guess beach destinations for me have been a little bit less of a productive, or a place that doesn't have any community, like different, you know, I've been in different cities in Germany that didn't have any community, and you don't feel, you finish work, and at the end of the day, you have no one to share, you know, your nomadic experiences with, and I think that will be a problem. But other than that, if you go, I recommend going to a place and research the nomad community there, and that will make it or break it for you. Because honestly, having a community around you, that's where all the opportunities come. Work opportunities come there, investment opportunities come, ideas, and it just you know, you build a larger group of friends where we end up meeting, like we plan trips to Mexico, to Europe, to South America. You just become your own community, and it's amazing.
Thank you for sharing. Carlos, I saw you nodding heavily. Same question as I just asked Christian. Is there an example of a place where you think that you have everything you need to work productively and live like a happy life? And can you give an example of a place that doesn't work for you personally?
I will disagree with Germán and Christian because for me, beach towns work perfectly. I have had amazing business calls from the beach, like literally on a chair, seeing the view, but being like focused on a meeting as well. But for me, we spent a couple of months during December, and then we came back for a spring to Sun Valley, Idaho, because again, we like skiing. We're here in Stowe, Vermont, just for the ski season like to open. But for me, ski resorts are not a good way for being productive because you know that ski has like a very like tight schedule. You start like at 9 a.m. and the slopes are closed like at 4 p.m. So that was a little tricky because we wanted like to take advantage of being like next to the mountain and trying like to ski every day. But that was challenging because I needed like to book my schedule to try like to be open like a couple of hours at least in the middle of the day, afternoon, so I can take advantage of the slopes. But it was like really tiring because I needed like to be back at the house, tired from skiing, but actually doing work, right? Like, and trying like to focus on delivering papers, recommendations, etc. So that was a hard one, but this is like the beauty of planning, right? Like, I remember that at that specific time, I actually asked for vacations. Like officially, I asked for some days off to take advantage of the slopes because I wasn't like being that productive. But again, I think for me, the planning ahead, it's super important because people think that living a nomadic life is something like that. Okay, I'm just gonna go next week to somewhere else, like to work. No way. It's like, I don't know what Cristina and Germán think about this, but for me, it's just like, it requires a lot of planning to be able like to find the right Airbnb in the right city, because you need like to have good Wi-Fi, good communication, etc. And I think I'm super curious and I'm like super happy to hear Cristina because I've been traveling with my future husband and the dog, so we have that community there. But I think what she's saying is really interesting because having the opportunity to actually interact with others, I think this is something that we have not faced, but I'm looking forward to.
Maybe one comment on this. You know, if you're thinking about going nomad, sometimes it's no fun. And I mean, this happened to me recently. I was in France for basically 6 to 7 weeks. And most of my clients and most of my team are kind of like Latin American time zone. So I was 5 hours ahead of them. So I ended up working 24/7, kind of like working every single day because you have holidays here that you don't comply with because you're there. You have holidays there, but your team or your clients don't. So you have to, like, one suggestion is if you're choosing a city for, especially if it is like short term, like 4, 5, 6 weeks, but even long term, like be super aware of the time zone, especially if you're, I mean, Cristina has clients everywhere. It's the same. It's like a constant where she is. But if your clients are concentrated in some kind of like 2 to 3 hour time zones, you know, don't go to China, don't go to whatever it is.
Or be very careful about how you plan your calls or overlap with the team.
It's not going to work. It's going to be super hard for your team, for your clients, and especially for you, you know. And the main principle, you want to stay productive, and that's hazard for staying productive.
Or work part-time and charge double. Anyways, I'm just going to ask you one more question so that we can wrap up our panel. I'm curious about, because COVID has been an interesting experience for nomads. It's been fun to see that a lot of nomads have become less nomadic during COVID, but we also have the COVID nomads who have begun their journey during COVID, and let's see, we don't know. Some of them might go back to the office, some may not. what do you foresee the future being like? A city like Chiang Mai or Buenos Aires or Lisbon, or maybe all kinds of other places in the world. Do you think that the nomad experience is going to be different?
I think it will be different. I mean, for the people that are recently nomads because of COVID or COVID nomads, as you said, the road has been paved, so there's a lot of benefits they already have, and also because they work for their own companies and they're able to work online, you know, they have a lot of benefits. So I only see it growing a lot more, and I see the initiative of different governments, like the government of Buenos Aires, trying to offer something. So I think it's going to be even better and easier for the people that are taking, you know, going on the road now. It's a good time to become a nomad. It's always been a good time, but right now things are easier. Like countries are opening and are opening up. I don't know, Georgia, Estonia, Croatia, you know, have different visas for nomads. So now we have opportunities to like either work remotely or open our business somewhere else, and I think it's an excellent time.
Amazing. Carlos, do you have an addition to that? Do you? I don't know if I'll repeat the question. Since COVID has changed so much for so many people, how do you see the nomad experience change after the pandemic is over?
That's a great question, because technology is here to stay. And the only thing that's going to happen, it's going to like make our life even easier if we like use it properly. So what we're seeing in Airbnb, that we actually check the reservation length and the destinations, we do service, etc. So people want like more flexibility while traveling, and we're seeing this new trend about hybrid models of working. So for us, I think that digital nomad life that I go all around and spend months is going to continue. However, we're going to see this other new trend of people that having hybrid models of working. So I will only need to go one day at the office. I'm just saying that as an example, right? Like, but we will see that more people are going to start becoming nomads for 5 or 6 days, or maybe like 2 weeks. Because they will only need to go, again, 1 day of the week or a couple of days at a month. So we're going to be able like to work from different places, but more places that are close to our residency or main location. And that's really beneficial for local economies and for country economies that are like focusing on leveraging the tourism industry, because now with this new trend that we're seeing, small communities, small cities, small tourist destinations that they might not be like super popular right now, they now have the opportunity to open these houses and creating these digital nomads communities, because this trend is going to continue evolving. So it's just like COVID hasn't disappeared yet. Technology is here to stay, and it's just like, again, as I said, it's just gonna evolve. So we're gonna see this like longer periods of longer travel trips, is a way to say it, because people are gonna be working more from home. And at Airbnb, we're like saying something quite interesting. It's like now, during the pandemic, you needed to work from home. Now you can work from any home. And that's how Airbnb is allowing you to find the right place at the right destination for you being able to work. And a curious fact that I would like to share is like now Wi-Fi, it's becoming like one of the most searched amenities in the platform. During the last few months, 280 million people filter a house focusing on Wi-Fi. Why? Because digital nomads are here. Digital nomads need a place to stay. And even though it's not going to be for months, it's going to be for a couple of weeks, that it will be beneficial for everybody, for the economies, and also for us digital nomads. It's like we will skip traffic. We will need to go just 1 week for the office.
Yeah, and I just heard that Airbnb added a speed test for Wi-Fi for their hosts. So I think they're going to roll that out internationally. Will be super useful for us.
I think they already did.
Germán, what do you have to add to this story?
Thank you, Airbnb, for making nomadic
it's so
life
easy.
possible.
Yes, to make it so easy.
And thank God they have competition now, so everything improves. But,
exactly.
You know, to your question, I think the pandemic was a big or massive accelerator of many things, and one of those is, you know, working remotely from anywhere. So this is something that is going to stay. And I mean, the way I see the future of work, and you can see it in surveys in the US, everywhere, is that, you know, people want to work remotely. They don't want to stay in the office, you know, 24/7 or throughout the year. So, and this is actually changing many things. You know, employees or employers, to actually retain and attract good people, they have to be more flexible. Cities are changing. You know, if you see, my anchor city is Washington, D.C., and you know, the office space is kind of like obsolete in a way. So a lot of office space is moving towards residential, or a lot of co-working spaces are coming into downtown that, you know, there used to be plain offices and now are co-working spaces. So I think the pandemic has had an enormous benefit for nomads and working remotely, because, you know, this is what most employees are demanding, and companies will have to adjust, cities will have to adjust, they have to reconvene, they have to reconvert, and you know, the way I see it is a hybrid in which we're going to be some time of the week or the year in the office, but very likely a high percentage of our time working, if it works, from any city, you know, any place. No?
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences, guys. I really loved it. Please give a round of
you for
applause
having
to our
us.
panel. Thank you. All right. You're probably getting a little bit hungry right now, so we're going to have lunch until 2 p.m., where at 2 p.m. we have a talk that's called 20 Years as an Entrepreneur, Disrupting Tech and Art from Latin America. It's by Alec Oxenford, who is from OLX, which is one of the unicorns from Argentina. So it's definitely a talk not to be missed. Please be here back on time at 2 p.m. If you see any of the speakers or any other attendees, feel free to just talk to strangers. It's a great way to connect. We love meeting new people, so feel free to talk to anyone during lunch. See you back at 2, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bueno,
Muy bueno,
nice to meet you. Yeah.
Muchas gracias.
Hablas español.
Oh, hello, hello, everyone. Thank you for being back here so punctually. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. I'm going to stand here because then I have a little bit more light, I think. Are you ready for a new exciting talk? Yes, let's do this. Okay. Well, this is, we got a real star of the show here today. We have Alec Oxenford. He is going to give a talk called 20 Years as an Entrepreneur, Disrupting Tech and Art from Latin America. Alec is a technology entrepreneur, co-founder of Alpha Capital, LetGo, OLX.com, and Derremate.com. He is also a collector of contemporary art and was elected president of the NomadsBA Foundation in 2013 to 2019. In addition, he is a member of the acquisition committee of the MALBA and of the board of the Latin American and Caribbean Fund of the MoMA in New York City. Please, everyone, give a round of applause for Alec. I'm not
hello.
Alec. Oh, there he is. Yeah, got it.
Can you guys hear me? Yes? Okay. Well, it's a big pleasure to be here with you today. I'm actually a bit of a nomad myself today. I'm traveling, I'm living in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, but I'm traveling in Uruguay. I'm in Montevideo today. And if you see somebody walking behind me or noise, whatever, please just bear with me. Today they're celebrating the final of Copa Libertadores, I think it is, here in Brazil, in Uruguay. And it's full of, the whole hotel is completely crowded with hinchas. So I had to find this corner here to do the call, but I might be invaded at any moment. Okay, so here we go. Maybe I'll start with the idea today is to go over some experiences that I think might be interesting for you guys as potential nomads based in Buenos Aires or spending some time in Buenos Aires and working with technology or as an entrepreneur or enjoying the art scene, etc. So I thought of just letting you know, sharing with you some of the traits, the more relevant traits of my experience, and hopefully, you know, some of that becomes relevant to you in your careers or in your life, etc. So, okay, I'm going to start with a bit of an anecdote. You know, I have a coach. He's Japanese. His name is Yasuhiko Genku Kimura, and he once we were talking about some philosophical matters, and he said the following: there's something he discovered. He can't explain very well, but Yasuhiko discovered, and he think of it this way. Imagine that immediately before you are born, your soul has complete conscience of what it needs to develop. All the things your soul needs to develop into a better being, the soul is completely aware of that. And immediately before being born, the soul chooses where it wants to be born, in which family, with which friends. And this soul decides beforehand, before being born, exactly which experiences you're going to go through in life. All the good, all the bad experiences, all the challenges, all the work, all the friends, the family, everything. And then the trick is that the moment the soul is born, it forgets everything. And so basically the adventure of life is about rediscovering why did we choose everything that happens to us. So every good and bad experience, every challenge, every gratification, every moment of true love, of sacrifice, whatever it is, why did we choose that? And that's the beauty of life. So basically, well, all that to say that I think that thinking of our own lives as a bit of an adventure always helps a lot. In your adventures in Buenos Aires, hopefully, that's something you actually need, and you'll discover why whilst having, a great time in that fantastic city, which is also my city, which is Buenos Aires. Okay, just to tell you a bit about my life adventure. My professional life started with me being a strategy consultant in BCG, working in Madrid, afterwards Sao Paulo, and later in Buenos Aires. But since 1999, I've become basically a tech entrepreneur and an art lover. Those are the two big career paths in my life: a technology entrepreneur and a career and an art lover. Okay, in terms of entrepreneurship, and I'm going to talk about this in a second in more detail, but I started with tech companies, the Remate in 1999, Dinero Mel, which I co-founded with Alejandro Estrada and Juan Pablo Bruso. But then again, one of my projects was OLX, which became quite big in India and Brazil and other places. After that, Let Go. And then more recently, Alpha Capital and Myelin. On the art side, I have my own private personal project, which is an art collection. I collect contemporary art, Argentinian contemporary art, with quite some structure, etc. Then there's Arteba. I've been a board member and I was a president as well for many years. Malva, MoMA New York, and actually MAM in Rio de Janeiro now. I studied in Harvard, and I'm a World Economic Forum alum via YGL. So let me tell you about that journey of discovery that we talked about a second ago, Yasuhiko, and how that applied to me and my tech projects, okay? So when I look back today, I think, what was it that actually was a common denominator in these three projects that I actually worked with since 1999 until last year? The Remate in 1999, 2005, OLX 2005 to 2015, Let Go 2015, 2020. Okay, those 21 or 22 years being a tech entrepreneur, the line that actually joins the dots that I've discovered in time is a green line, and it's an environmental line. This is important because I was not 100% aware of why I was doing this until recently, even though I've been doing it for some time. And I think that's good. That's something to think about, and many of you who might be considering starting an entrepreneurial venture, I think thinking exactly what it is, the essence of what drives you to do whatever it is you want to do, I think is a good discovery to make. Okay, so what is it about this green line that I was talking about that connects the dots of the Remate, OLX, and Let Go? Well, it's, as I said, an environmental line. I was having a conversation with Douglas Tompkins. He died. After selling his last company, he decided to spend a big chunk of his money helping the environment mostly in Latin America. And so he basically invested a lot of money buying land in Chile, in Argentina, but also in Canada and the US. And then he would give that land away as parks. And why was he doing that? Because he thought that actually the most relevant problem that we as humans were facing in the world today is basically this issue that we're killing the planet. Okay, the climate is changing, and the planet is becoming less and less inhabitable. And that's a big problem. Okay, there's all kinds of government initiatives to try to mitigate this, but they haven't been very successful. And he said, listen, technology has been a big part of the problem here because it has accelerated all the processes and made productivity so so effective that this has allowed for a phenomenal consumption, and this is depleting all the world's resources. So technology has been a bit of a problem in this environmental issue. However, for the first time now, technology can also be part of the solution, because a person-to-person marketplace, which can allow people to sell their used goods to other people, person to person, basically mobilizes a lot of products that have already been manufactured and that can substitute new products. For example, if I buy a phone that somebody else has been using, well, then I don't buy a new phone, and therefore I can, in that way, protect the environment. And the same with the tennis rackets or shoes or whatever. And that's basically why technology, which was a big part of the problem by enhancing productivity, can now become a big part of the solution by allowing a means for multiple people to connect with other people and exchange used goods. By exchanging a used good, that's the only completely green transaction we can have. The buying and selling of something that already exists, a used good, okay, a second-hand good. Just to put some numbers here, global domestic material consumption, the kilotons of basically matter had exploded, okay? Today, every person consumes 12 tons, every person in the planet consumes 12 tons of raw materials. Just think about that, 12 tons per person. Every kid, every old person, every woman, every man, 12 tons of matter. Well, that obviously the planet is not infinite. This cannot go on forever, no? Most of it, to make it even worse, most of those 12 tons become waste. We just throw them away. And just that shows how we're being very inefficient in our consumption as well. Another way to look at this is, if you think of the self-storage facilities around the world, there's more storage facilities than there are McDonald's, Subways, and Starbucks stores combined. Think of that. More storage facilities than McDonald's, Subway, and Starbucks stores combined, which means after buying all these things and throwing away the ones that we don't use as waste, because all the other things we actually bought don't fit in our places, in our houses, in our apartments or whatever, we just keep them in stores, and those are occupying immense amounts of resources. The Remate, OLX, and Letgo were platforms that would help do that, mobilize used goods. All those things that are in stores, in our attics, in our closets, etc. Grab them and make them available so that others can actually use them, as opposed to keeping them stable there. We mobilize them, and that way we unleash their full potential. Okay. Very quickly, so that was a glimpse of the essence of the three tech ventures. All three were marketplaces, person-to-person used goods marketplaces: the Remate, OLX, and Letgo. The Remate, Latin America; OLX, emerging world. So it was Brazil mostly, Latin America, but also India, Eastern Europe, parts of Africa, etc. And Letgo, the US mostly, with a bit in Turkey. So I covered most of the continents, I think all the continents, with these three projects doing kind of the same thing. Now let me talk about a second about my second big adventure, which has also been the result of a process of discovery. And this is a very, very fun adventure, and it has a lot of balance with I think just the professional side of my life. Art is fantastic. I was CEO and founder of my ventures, and therefore, expected to come up with the answers to most questions every day. In art, the way I see it, I don't have any answers. I only have questions, right? It's just a very, very, very open dimension, basically, as opposed to more of a concrete and closed one, like being a tech entrepreneur. So that's why I find it extremely balancing. But let me tell you about what it is I'm doing. Okay, so and I strongly recommend all of you guys to consider seriously getting involved with the art in some capacity. It's just so extremely fulfilling. And it doesn't need to require a lot of money or a lot of time, but just some focus. Okay, my focus is Argentine contemporary art, just because of my country of origin and because I believe the country needs this. The art scene requires a lot of focus, and I can help there, so that's why I picked it. I focus on emerging art because emerging art is the art of today. It's my art. I mean, nothing against older artists and other generations art. But if I can choose, why not choose our own generation, no? And actually help artists who are alive and who can profit from my buying of their art. No? Imagine the difference. One way you buy art from a living artist, and therefore you finance that artist's future art production. In the other scenario, you pay a gallerist or actually a collector, another collector for his piece of art, maybe of an artist that is already dead. You know, that gives money to the collector, but doesn't give money to the artist and doesn't help producing art. Anyways, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. And let me show you the kinds of pieces that I buy, which are very often kinds of artworks that are not easily bought and sold, but on the other hand, are the most important artworks that the generation of artists today are producing. So they have that conflict, right? They're producing something very relevant, but it's not easy to have it in your living room. So somebody needs to buy it. Sometimes it's museums, but they can't buy everything. So I believe that, you know, it's actually particularly cool and particularly useful if I can help and buy them myself. So this is a piece by Eduardo Navarro. He's an Argentine artist. Was exhibited at Malva. You see the museum there in Buenos Aires. And the whole, you know, many of the walls of the museum were covered with this 800 or so titles of movies and books that Eduardo believes should exist, but they are not in existence today. Super cool piece. Another one by Eduardo Navarro as well. This one I have in Pilar, in a house over there. And it's called Sun Mirror. I bought it in Sao Paulo, in the Biennale. It's very long, very, very big piece, 12 meters long, and it comes with a palm tree that you see there. Just imagine buying the palm tree and that big artwork. It's like a trumpet. And the whole point is you sit inside your house in that stool over there, which right now is in my bedroom. And you sit there and you listen. You put the tube to your ear and you listen in an amplified way, all the sounds of nature. And that's the whole point, no? Listen to nature, listen to what nature has to tell you. Again, very much connected with this idea of the environment that we talked about for the tech ventures. This one by Diego Bianchi. It's a woman made out of broken Quilmes beer bottles. Very, very strong piece, very beautiful. Also by Diego Bianchi, La Bestia. It's made of human hair, and it's the size of it's like 1.70 meters, something like that tall. So it's quite big, spectacular piece, very attractive and very repulsive at the same time, as many things, many great things in life. Very attractive and very repulsive, spectacular. Another is a more complex. You can tell here already that the kinds of artworks that I like, which are very, very cutting edge, right? And almost you can discuss whether they're art or not. And they're uncomfortable pieces. And that's what I like most of them. No? This one, for example, it's a fantastic piece, 36 posters. They're all quite big. Each one of the posters is a meter 10 by a meter 50. So they're big. As you can see them applied there on those walls, they're really, really big walls. Those walls are like 5 meters tall, and it covers the whole. Another piece by Mariela Scafati, spectacular piece. That sweater actually was a sweater she used for years when she came to Buenos Aires. She dressed the work with her own sweater. Very, very nice idea. And this carpet was also, done by her, and very, very special artwork. This one has been in Malva recently by Alejandra Sever, and I love the message there. No, cuidado con la pintura, beware the painting. No, it's a bit of a joke based on a saying of Federico Manuel Peralta Ramos. And I like very much that idea that art can be disturbing and it can actually change behaviors, can change ways of thinking. It's very relevant art, no? So beware. I love that message. So those pieces you saw there are very, very contemporary, but I'm also using as context works from some very important artists of the 90s, even though the focus of my collection is post 2000. And you can see here some pieces. This is Adrián Bezarrojas here, Tomás Araceno. Tomás Araceno is spectacular. This one I bought in Berlin. That these are very big, like satellites, you know, very, very special pieces. Marcelo Pombo here, as we said, from the 90s. Another one by Marcelo. This is very, very pop and iconic of him. My generation will probably know what Pumpernickel was. Most of you guys won't, because disappeared. But this was the precursor of McDonald's. So it was imagine a McDonald's before McDonald's, and it was very popular. And if you were a teenager in the 90s, this is the place you'd go to. Another work by it's a ready-made Cepita bottle, very classic, by Marcelo. And this piece here, you can't see it very well, but it's a map, fantastic, enormous map, over 3 meters tall, by Guillermo Cuitca. And it's got tons of small towns and villages, but they're all in the wrong place. It's full of villages and towns and highways and all kinds of places, all in the wrong place. And it's a map to get lost. Now think of a map to get lost, no? In a world where we are completely determined and everything we do, you know, from morning to night is regulated, and there are schedules and alarms and maps and everything. To think of something as liberating as a map that by definition doesn't take you where you should be going, I find it spectacular. No? This is a forced labor, Man with Axe, an installation by Liana Porter. And that you see the picture, it looks big, but actually in the picture to the right, you see the very small man in the bottom left. Well, and he's compared to the objects there is very, very small. And you see objects like watches and mirrors and books and jars and ladders, etc. Some weapons. And I think it puts into context, you know, some things around us, and that show how small and big we can be in our context. A very, very nice piece. This one by David Bogdanovich. He's a very relevant American artist, but it was painted in Buenos Aires. Hence you can read there, you know, Teatro San Martín, etc. Very, very nice history of this piece by this great artist 30 years ago. These are performances. You know, collecting performances is a bit of a challenge, no? What is it you collect? Because you obviously cannot collect the actor. So, well, that's the whole point, no? It's very complicated, but this is one of the performances, but it's a live performance called Selfie Boy. These other performance called iPhone Hole. You see the 3 performers there with their iPhones. Depending on which side you look at the at the work, you either see only their hands or the people inside the box. This is another performance here. You can see the actors dressed as horses walking around. And this is really cool. It's a living artwork with butterflies in Pilar. And the butterflies have their own special plants and sections where they're born and they mate and they reproduce and they die, etc. And it's a living piece of art with the butterflies as main characters. No? Anyways, this started as a personal project, and with Ines Katzenstein's help as a curator. She's now the curator at MoMA. We want from 0 to like 400 works. It's now, the collection is about 500 now. And most of what I've been doing is basically trying to help the local scene. So through the collection and also through my interactions with Arteba, the scholarships I have, etc. I've always tried to help the scene because I believe that artists are very relevant for the culture of the country and that they really require help. I have a program that helps artists travel internationally, and roughly 100 will have traveled internationally using my sponsorship by end of this year. 15 travel every year. It's interesting, from creating the Remate, Olex, and Lego to these art-related initiatives. On one hand, I was like creating value, and now I'm kind of giving back. Even though the time-wise, maybe the two initiatives happen concurrently part of the time. But as an entrepreneur, I think it's very cool also to do that right? To focus on creating, but also on giving back. This is a place in Pilar where it's a weekend house, and I have these galleries underneath the house, and I make exhibitions. The curators come and this is underneath the house, and they basically invite. We invite visitors and people can also call and come proactively to visit these exhibitions of these artists that in many cases I've never exhibited anything in a museum or so, and try to do it quite professionally. Okay, so we're now documenting what's going on and loaning this, etc., just making circulate, and these are some of the artists in the collection. Okay, very quickly about the other two projects. Alpha Capital, which is a SPAC. It's Alpha is let me describe what a SPAC is. It's imagine a reverse IPO. It's a vehicle for which you go public. You sorry about that. You go public without assets. So in the case of Alpha, we went public in NASDAQ. And once the company is public, you raise money. We raised $230 million. I'm CEO of Alpha today. And with that money, you turn around and you invest in a company, in a tech company in the region. Now this is interesting because after being an entrepreneur for 20 years or so, now as an investor in Alpha Capital and also in Myelin, I'm going to talk about them in a second, I can actually give back some of that knowledge I have and the experience I've gathered, etc., to the ecosystem by investing intelligently and into some of these companies that can actually create an immense amount of value and helping founders, unleash their whole full potential. I'm doing that with Rafa Steinhauser, my partner here, and I'm doing that with a whole team here, Innova, Erwin Jacobs, etc. Okay. I'm not going to spend a lot of time with Alpha because we're running out of time. But very quickly, we went IPO in NASDAQ in February 18th, and we announced last week the company that we're going to invest in. It's called Semantics. It came out in the press already, and it's going to be a $1 billion transaction. So it's a very nice transaction, fantastic company that will get our support, and we expect to close after the SEC approvals early next year. And Myelin, my venture capital fund, in this case focused on early stage founders. The SPAC was focused on late stage founders. I said the valuation of Semantic was $1 billion, so it's very late stage companies that are already big, like Series C, Series D, post that going public in the US. Myelin is a VC fund, so it's like pre-Series A companies, very early stage. And I can do this because as CEO of Alpha, which is my main job, I still have some free time, and that's why I spent this time on the other end of the spectrum, helping early stage founders. These are my partners in Myelin, Martin Wasowski and Matthias Nisenson. We are based between Madrid, Buenos Aires, Rio, Miami, and New York. Both Martin and Matias have been serial entrepreneurs and very successful, and they've done all kinds of things. In the case of Matias, a lot of crypto. In the case of Martin, he's been doing mobility, clean tech, med tech, and all over the place. And Cesar here is our legal partner. What it is we're trying to do with Mylene, trying to find the unicorns of tomorrow, and basically turn the small companies in the region into very successful, large, impactful, great unicorns, and that's what we're trying to do. With that, I'm gonna stop the presentation here, and we didn't talk about this with the group, but if there's a chance, I would love to hear if there's questions or comments to what I said.
Thank you, Alec Oxenford. Please, everyone, a round of applause. Thank you. I'm not sure if we're able to do questions. Are we able to, team? Would anyone have a question for Alec? It looks like we have to move on to the next section, but thank you so much, Alec, for joining here and sharing your passion for business and art with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A pleasure, guys. Bye-bye. Ciao.
All right, are you ready for our next panel? We're going to talk about the new era of traveling. We have a couple of really interesting characters on the stage here today with us. I'd like to introduce you to 4 people. We have Francisco Resnikov, Gonzalo Robredo, Victoria Bramati, and Maria Soledad Plazas. Francisco is the Undersecretary of International and Institutional Relations of the government of the city of Buenos Aires. Gonzalo is President of Buenos Aires City Tourism Board, and Victoria is the Communication Manager of Airbnb. Maria Soledad is the Alliances Manager at Airbnb. Please, a big round of applause for them. Let me double check if everyone's ready. 1 second. Hola, ¿están listos o no? Ya estamos ahí, ya presenté. Sorry for the little hiccup here. We finished a little bit earlier with the previous talk, so we're just getting everyone mic'd up. And in 2 minutes, they're ready to come here, so no worries. We'll be right here with you. Back in 2 minutes. Just in case you forgot what's about to happen, let me just tell it to you again. We're going to have a panel called The New Era of Traveling, and today I'm introducing you to the wonderful Gonzalo Robredo, Victoria Bramati, Maria Soledad Plazas, and Francisco Reznikov. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Well, it's a pleasure for me to be here, and well, introductions have been made already, so I think we'll make the best use of time if we start directly. So this panel is the new era of traveling. We have experts, both from the city and from Airbnb, who will talk a little bit about, to us, a little bit about what this new era of traveling means, what kind of changes are we seeing in the way people travel. Not only digital nomads, but also visitors in general, and visitors at large. So for me, I think that's a very important topic, because cities are companies that are best able to analyze and to see new trends going forward, are the ones who are going to be much more successful attracting visitors in general. And I say visitors in general because even though this is a conference on digital nomads, I think each of the segments have different logics, and it's our job as city officials and as companies to understand what trends are going on, what kind of habits and are changing, what people think about how it's going to be the future of travel, and what cities, destinations, companies can do to attract and to interpret these new trends. So what characterizes this new era? What are the current trends regarding new habits and demands of international visitors, and how both the public and private sectors are adapting to respond to these new demands are the kind of questions that this panel will try to address. So that's all I have to say. I will like to give the floor to Gonzalo Robredo, President of the Tourism Board of the City of Buenos Aires.
Well, thank you very much, Pancho. It's interesting to, as you said before, to start analyzing and thinking maybe some of the obvious changes of paradigms after the pandemic, because even though it's counterintuitive, pandemic also left some interesting lessons that we are still learning and that we can take advantage of, definitely. So I think one of the great things of what's going on now is that definitely we need to travel. Every single poll, single question about how would you like to spend your money after pandemic is traveling again. And then why? Why do we want to travel? Why do we want to experience something different than what we see in our neighborhood? And well, I think that it's because traveling is much more than leisure, buying, shopping, or like trying different food. I think urban tourism is an encounter. It's the encounter of the local with the visitor. Is is that experience what we are in the search of? No? What we want is to get connected with others. When we go to another city, we want to get connected with others. We want to get connected with the locals. We want to get connected with their cultural expressions. It's not only that we want to rest and see a different city. I think basically traveling defines our identity. I don't know if the translation is going to be okay, but there is a phrase that I love that our parents used to say when I was a kid. We are what we eat, and then I think now we are what we travel, or we are the destinations we travel. I think traveling and I think meeting with others, I think it's definitely a transformational experience. We go back home in a different way, and that is about urban tourism. Then the other transformational experience is getting connected with nature. That encounter between us with nature is also definitely a transformational experience. But let's go back to the urban tourism and to traveling to cities. I think that is why traveling to cities and tourism, international arrivals are growing and growing, as I'm sure my partners in the panel will show you later. But very, very quickly, in the last 20 years, what we see is that the bottom line, the prices in dollars of products and services, of tourism products and services, remain pretty the same. But then, due to the BRICS, the media income in the last 20 years increased strongly. But even with this increase, people is willing to spend a bigger percentage of their income traveling around the world. So that's the reason of why international arrivals are growing exponentially. And again, I think what is behind this is because we really need to travel to keep on growing, to keep on defining our identity. And it's very interesting to verify this with the nomads. The nomads, we all realized, but even more the nomads, we all realized that going to the office, same building, from Monday to Friday, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. makes not much sense. It's not going to increase our productivity. It's not going to increase our curiosity for what we do. It's not going to make us better, and it's not going to increase the relation between the people that works together. So it makes a lot of sense to start changing the places where we work. Maybe back at home, stay at home, maybe going somewhere else, but then why the nomads realize that what they want is to keep on working, but in different cities, not having to wait for vacations once a year for 2 weeks to go to another city to experience nature, to experience that encounter with others in other cities. You can do it year-round. You can change cities, and you can experience, and you can have this fascinating experience of interacting with others, with other cultures in different cities of the world, and maybe in 3 or 6 months going to the other side of the world. This is absolutely fascinating, and the ones who can do it, due to money enough to do it, due to don't have many anchors in town where they work or where they live, they start feeling that this is something that frees us, that makes us more free. And this is what we're starting checking and seeing with these trends. No? And then, I have 4 minutes, I will talk about why Buenos Aires. No? Why Buenos Aires? Why is this the perfect destination for a nomad? And, well, the first answer is because we are perfect for that encounter. No? We, the locals, the porteños are the ones who live here in Buenos Aires. I am a porteño. I think you both are also porteños. I'm Pancho. Well, maybe half and half. But because he well, he was not born here, but definitely he's a porteño. We are avid for that encounter. We are avid to meet others, to sit in front in a coffee, to talk, to hug each other, to stay 2 or 3 hours after an asado, after a barbecue, to go together with friends, but also to receive visitors and to interact with them and to connect with them. And that is key. And you can check, you can go out in Buenos Aires and you will see that this is really something that happens. Now, even more than ever, that we are willing to get out of our apartments, out of our houses, go to bars and restaurants and sitting in the tables out, like you can check now due to the pandemic that every restaurant and bar has tables in the streets. So that encounter is perfect in Buenos Aires. And of course, you have an amazing range of cultural expressions in this city. For me and my team, it's not easy to find how to promote and how to market Buenos Aires outside. We have such a wide range of cultural expressions that you can experience here. If you like music, you have the Colón Theater for classical music and opera or ballet, but then you have our classic rock. Buenos Aires rock is very popular all around Latin America. We have jazz. You have any music variety that you can find. You have nightclubs, you have the very best bars, are now in the 50 best restaurant bars lists. We stay until 5 a.m. in the morning almost every day of the week, and you can have all the fun in the different neighborhoods that you can find. We have an amazing variety of food, and I think this is something great that defines Buenos Aires. We are still defining our identity. As the traveler, the city is still defining our identity. The way it's configured right now, Buenos Aires is like a new city. This mix of the Creoles, of the first Spanish, the slaves, the original Indians, the Creoles, the Criollos, the Gauchos got mixed with the European immigrants, and that was the first fusion that defined who we are. Tango is that mix of the Malevo, the Gaucho with the Scarface, the macho style, that got mixed with the nostalgia of the immigrants coming from Europe. And this is one of our unique cultural expressions, but there are so many. And you can see that variety with the architecture, different styles of architecture. And then we got mixed again, and we are still getting mixed with the other immigrants from Latin America that are enriching our local expressions, like Colombians, Venezuelans, and before Peruvians, Paraguayans, and Bolivians. That's still defining who we are, and you can see basically that very, very quickly regarding with respect of food. Our food is, we have a wide range and the very best Latin American food here in Buenos Aires. But also museums, parks. We have like a huge ecological reserve. It's the only big delta in the world that ends in fresh water. So you have a 350 hectares eco reserve that is amazing. So there is so much to see, so much to experience, so much to interact and to connect with others that I think that's maybe the most important reason. I think I have no more time, Pancho? I still have a couple of minutes. That's why it's so amazing and so great to live in Buenos Aires, at least for 3 or 6 months. There is so much to do. There is so much to experience. There are so many locals that you are going to get connected, and each connection is going to be a transformational experience. So I really think it makes a lot of sense to come here. Diversity, in the very big meaning of that concept, defines Buenos Aires. Diversity is what we are, and inclusion, but I think diversity defines us perfectly. No? So if you're in the search of experience something different and working, definitely Buenos Aires is a weird mix of European, Latin American, modern, classic, food, architecture, art, parks, that it's difficult to find in any other part of the world. We are permanently evolving, and again, and I will end with this, I will finish with this, we are really looking forward to meet the others. And I will close with this. When we started like a work, like a study, an anthropological and sociological study all around Buenos Aires in the different neighborhoods regarding asking the locals if how they perceive tourism, as a threat or as an opportunity. And we have different opinions in different neighborhoods. Maybe San Telmo thought it was somehow also a threat. But then Palermo, I imagine you all went to Palermo, the biggest and more populated neighborhood in Buenos Aires, was impressive for us because like a very big percentage, by far, the most important topic was for us, what defines us. What really makes us happy to live in this neighborhood is exactly that, interacting with others, interacting with the international tourists, with someone who speaks another language, who has another way to dress, to talk, to communicate. We are really willing to experience that. So that work validated this, and well, it was the way to confirm that coming to Buenos Aires is that. Maybe somehow it can be very intense, passionate, but I'm sure the nomads are also looking for that. So, well, I hope you come to experience this city. Of course, as it was announced during the day, there are some promotions and some special programs and opportunities, discounts that we are offering the nomads. So, well, I hope you come and experience this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gonzalo. I really liked what you said at the beginning about, we used to say here in Argentina, we are what we eat. Now, I think it's fair to say we are what we travel, or our destinations define us in a way. And how that impact in the new era of traveling after COVID and what Buenos Aires has to offer. In that sense, I think I think you made a very good point, a very good case about Buenos Aires. And I'm sure, I mean, Gonzalo talked about how diverse this city is, how complex this city is, how many opportunities visitors have, and how welcoming are porteños, which I'm one of them already. So, but I'm sure Gonzalo only had the time to mention a few of what makes Buenos Aires a great destination. And that's why, if you come only for a week or for a few days, you will miss a lot. I think that's one of the things that is very clear for me, that if you're a digital nomad and you're willing to stay here for 6 months, you will have the full experience of living in a great city as Buenos Aires. And I think Airbnb understood this very well from many years ago, but especially in these recent times. I think sometimes it's different for companies to understand this kind of new trends, new ideas, and what cities can offer in this regard. And I think Airbnb did a great job because I know what they are doing, and I know what we are doing together to promote the city. So I would like to present Maria Soledad, who is an alliance manager at Airbnb, and Victoria, who is the communications manager at Airbnb, to explain both things. How do you see from Airbnb the new trends, the new ways of traveling, and again, given that, how you are working with the city of Buenos Aires, and what ideas do you have to promote the city internationally? So I think, who is starting? Soledad?
I'll start. Victoria is going first.
All right.
Okay, let's
Thank
see.
you.
I don't know to show. Oh, there we are.
Okay, wonderful. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you very much, Francisco and Gonzalo, for inviting us today. We are super happy to be here. Well, first of all, I'm going to start to talk to you about some trends we are seeing globally regarding travel, and I want to talk to you about a revolution in travel. So the world is undergoing a revolution in how we live and how we work. As you all know, the pandemic has made very profound changes in our way of living all around the world, and working is one of these things that has changed dramatically for many people around the world. Now technology makes it possible for some people to work from home, and Airbnb is making it possible to work from any home. So we are super excited about this. So something that I want to introduce you today, like considering all these changes that travel is undergoing, the platform is adapting constantly to be like the best partner for hosts and guests to take advantage of these changes in travels and to making their traveling easier. So a few weeks ago, we introduced some new changes and some new features on our platform. So I want to talk to you a little bit about this. First of all, this is like the first new feature we introduced that is called Translation Engine. That is a new technology that makes it easier for people like to stay all around the world. Like, unfortunately, international travel is coming back, so we want from Airbnb to make it easier for everyone to travel anywhere they want, no matter which language they speak. So we are introducing this new tool called Translation Engine that supports 60 languages. And what is great is that this is automatic. When you enter the platform, you don't have to press any buttons. Like, the translation will appear automatically, and it is a smart system that learns from all the input it gets from users, so it will get even better in time. So here you can see like some old examples, like for example this house in France, that the translation to English, like the automatic translation used to be like house feet in the water, that it was kind of weird and very literal, but now you can see like the new translation, for example, would be beachfront house, that transmits much better what this house is. Then the second tool we have introduced lately is the accessibility review. This is a feature that makes it easier for people with disabilities to travel and to be able to find on Airbnb a space that adapts to their special needs. So how does this work? Hosts submit photos to the Airbnb team on the platform about their accessibility feature. For example, if they have ramps to enter the house, if they have handrails, if they have or don't have stairs. And we have a team at Airbnb that manually and personally checks these features for accuracy to make sure that this is accurate, and then when people book these listings, they are going to find what they were looking for. So I think this is great because everyone can be a digital nomad, and we want to help everyone, all types of people. So we think this is a great new feature. Then this is another new feature that we really like that is called I'm Even More Flexible, or I'm Flexible. That this is a feature we introduced earlier this year for people who are like very flexible about when and where they are going to travel. Now on Airbnb, you can look, for example, for a space, a house, an apartment, even if you don't know exactly where you want to go or exactly when. For example, you want a place that has a balcony and has good Wi-Fi. So now the platform allows you to look for this, and it will suggest dates. For example, if you go in 2 weeks, it will be a little bit cheaper. If you go in 3 weeks, this amazing house will be available. So if you can wait, or if you can travel earlier, you will get this great place with everything you want and at a lower price. And this also allows you to look until 12 months in the future. So you can plan with a lot of time, so you can make the best out of your trip. This is another feature that is called Smarter Trips. And this is a place in the platform that allows you to see when you're traveling. It has a countdown. It allows you to see all your future reservations. And it also suggests experiences that you can do locally. As perhaps you know or you don't know, Airbnb, apart from having spaces where you can stay, we also have experiences from where local hosts teach you. For example, they take you to restaurants, they take you to bars, They teach you how to cook. We have like a really wide variety of experiences you can do with Airbnb hosts. And then this is my favorite feature, and I think it will be everyone's favorite, that is verified Wi-Fi. Like, this helps you to check what the speed of the Wi-Fi will be on your listing. And this is a tool that is in the platform, so hosts can take their phone, and with the app, they can measure the speed of internet, so you know if you will be able, for example, to talk on Zoom or watch Netflix or whatever. And I think this is fantastic, and it's super important for people who are working from home, like most of us are doing right now. So after talking about all of these features, I wanted to talk a little bit about the travel revolution on Airbnb and some trends we are seeing around the world. This is related to also like a study we did. We did a survey in 5 countries to over 7,000 people, and we asked them about how they are traveling now, how they are planning on traveling, and also how they traveled before. And we also have been studying some trends on our platform. So, for example, the first thing we see is that people increasingly are living on Airbnb. So we are seeing that, I'm going to read this because there are a lot of percentages, but from July to September, 20% of our nights booked were for stays of 1 month or longer. Like, this is a lot. 2 out of 10 people who are booking on Airbnb are staying for over a month. So this is a trend we are seeing globally. And also, during the past year, over 100,000 guests all around the world have stayed on an Airbnb listing for at least 3 months. So this is 100,000 people around the world who are staying for 3 months or longer. So this is people who are truly living and working anywhere. Then this is another interesting trend we are seeing, is that people are traveling at any time, like not only on their vacations or not only for long weekends, but they are being more flexible about when they travel. For example, we see families traveling more flexible. For example, the most growth in stays has been on Monday and Tuesday nights, which is a school night, it is a work night, but people are still traveling on those days. We think that is because still many children are doing online school and people have more flexibility. And this is also super interesting. People are looking for amenities for living, not just for visiting. So the most searched amenities for people who are traveling for long periods are, first of all, Wi-Fi. Second of all, and this is my favorite, pets allowed. People want to travel with their pets. They don't want to leave their dogs at home. They want to take them with them. So we are seeing tremendous growth in people looking for places that accept dogs. Then they are looking for kitchens, of course, because they want to cook. They don't want to eat out every night. And then they are looking for washer dryers because they are spending a lot of time there, so they need to do their laundry and they prefer to do it at home. So we are seeing, for example, for people looking to stay with their pets, searches have grown 128%. Then for people looking for laptop-friendly places, that is that they have a desk or a table, they grew 73%. And this is amazing. People who are looking for places that accept pets and have Wi-Fi have grown 270%. So as you can see, people want Wi-Fi and people want to travel with their pets. So I'm sure that's the case of many of you. So we are super excited about these trends. We are also super excited to partner with the city of Buenos Aires and working together. So now I'm going to leave you with Sole, that she's going to talk to you about this amazing project. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Vicky, and hello to all. We are really pleased to be here and excited. And I would like to start my presentation sharing with you some sights of the amazing city that is hosting us today, Buenos Aires. So, oh, it's the other way, this one. Okay.
Buenos Aires desde otro lugar. Me encanta poder transmitirle lo que yo siento por Buenos Aires, un lugar lugar donde uno puede encontrar la historia completa de nuestro país, mucha arquitectura y arte, mucho arte también.
Lo que más me gusta de Buenos Aires es toda esa atmósfera que se crea en los bares, en los paseos, es el paisaje, es su música y es su gente. Nos propone una invitación a un encuentro que puede ser entre amigos, puede ser de una pareja, pero también es un encuentro con uno mismo.
Buenos Aires es una ciudad que evoluciona constantemente, una ciudad de enormes encantos que vale la pena ser visitada.
So this is the first time we are showing this video. I will tell you a little more about our collaboration with the government of Buenos Aires that we are really proud of a little bit later. But, well, packing your belongings and taking up a nomadic lifestyle has been a dream of many of us for tons of time. And recently, with most of workers impacted by the COVID-19, this desire of living and working from anywhere has only grown. And many of them have been able to do so thanks to Airbnb. And as Vicky was saying, a survey we commissioned across 5 countries found that almost 40% of self-identified hybrid or remote workers say that they will rather quit their jobs than going back to full-time on-site working. So that's a really interesting percentage. And 1/3 say that after the pandemic, they will like to live somewhere else while working remotely more often than before of the crisis. So at Airbnb, our mission is to help people make meaningful relationships and connection, and this is why we are so proud of having partnered with the government of Buenos Aires City for showcasing the unlimited advantage the city has, as Gonzalo was telling us, and to support responsible and safe travel that benefits local citizens as well as small businesses from all over the city and not only the most recognized neighborhoods. And that's something that, like living in Buenos Aires, gives you the opportunity to discover all the city in deep. Next slide. Oh, no. Sorry. Here, okay. So, as part of this partnership, Airbnb has developed a special website dedicated to highlight the best that Buenos Aires has to offer. And it comes with a series of videos that show the perspective of our local experts that Airbnb hosts. And some of them are joining us today, so I want to thank especially to them that have been like the stars of this campaign. All of them, if you can go to the site and scroll it as well, you will see all the passion they have about the city and how they can be the experts that can give you the local tips you are looking for making your stay more local and authentic. We hope this campaign can make a valuable contribution to the efforts that BA City is doing right now to promote Buenos Aires as a nomadic destination, as this awesome event that we are here today. As our point of view, we expect that the growing nomadic lifestyle can take advantage of all that Buenos Aires City has to offer. So, for closing, I would like to share one more video for the first time about the city. And I don't know.
Tener todo tipo de oferta, no solo a nivel infraestructura, a nivel barrios, sino por brindar una cultura súper cosmopolita, una ciudad que nunca deja de sorprender por la oferta que tiene para todo tipo de perfil de persona que la visita.
Me mudé a Argentina en el 2014. Buenos Aires siempre ha sido una ciudad muy amiga del extranjero, siempre ha sido muy cálida. Lo que más me gusta de Buenos Aires es la cultura de los museos, la arquitectura, la música.
esa idea de que el arte es algo que vive con la comunidad y no algo que es totalmente ajeno, me parece que es también muy linda y muy, muy interesante.
Es una ciudad además que yo no dejo de sorprenderme y de conocer lugares nuevos. Eso es lo que más me gusta, que sigo siendo turista en Buenos Aires. No lo voy a perder nunca eso.
So these local videos that we have more on the Specialized website are focused on highlighting all the benefits that the city has as the diversity and inclusion they provide, the possibility of working remotely from almost everywhere in the city, lots of cafes, Wi-Fi's in the parks, and co-working spaces, obviously Airbnb listings with our new future tool about the Wi-Fi speed being improved, and all the culture and also all the outdoor activities that you can do in Buenos Aires. And that was what we wanted to highlight in this campaign, but again, I want to reinforce that all the ideas and all the materials and the recommendations came from Airbnb platform hosts that are our stars, and I want to especially thank those of you that are here today. I see many familiar faces, so thank you so much, because they are the ones that make Airbnb what it is. And now I would like to show you a sneak peek of what an upcoming project that we are also doing along with the government of Buenos Aires City, that is, and also with the support of Argentina's LGBT Chamber of Commerce, that is a diversity guide for Airbnb hosts, and its goal is to educate them on about gender and sexual diversity, so that they can welcome anyone besides who they are and who they love. And this is really close to the heart of Airbnb mission, that is that everyone can be learned everywhere they go. And we hope that everyone that comes to Buenos Aires feel that they can be also a porteño as we are. So we are really proud of this initiative too. So thank you all of you for coming. We hope that you enjoy our website and our videos. There are many more to see and scroll and have fun. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you. Thank you, Sole. Thank you. Should I call you Vicky? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Vicky, as well. And I have a few questions. I think that the work that you are doing at Airbnb is great, not only because of the partnership we have and the way we are promoting the city together, but also because, as I said at the beginning, I think you are one of the companies that best understood what the future of travel means, and you have a lot of data to prove that. I was quite impressed by what Vicky said at the beginning regarding what do travelers seek at Airbnb. Longer stays, flexibility, accessibility, these kind of issues. So I think that's key. That's key for the future of traveling and for the future of a city such as Buenos Aires attracting visitors. I have a few questions, and we do have a few extra minutes. I also realize that these questions are the only thing standing between you and coffee, so I'll try to be brief. I would also like to open the floor if any of you have any kind of questions that you want to ask to the panelists. This is the time to raise your hand, and you can ask them whatever you want. But if not, I have one general question, which is, and it's for the three of you, which is, if you see that what of these changes that you are seeing are here to stay, what might not, and what other changes we might see in the future in terms of traveling, and how a city such as Buenos Aires and a company such as Airbnb can do to first find out and then process it and provide answers to them. I know it's a very general question, but if any of you want to start first, be brave and start first, go ahead.
Well, I can go if you want. I think, like I was saying, the changes that we're seeing is that people now are not like attached to only one place. Like there are really, unfortunately, it's not everyone, but there are many, many people around the world who can now work from anywhere and who do not want to go back to the office like from Monday to Friday from 9 to 5. Like perhaps they want to go back like once a week or once a month or I don't know, 3 or 4 times a year to see their colleagues, to work together and then go and work from home or work from any home. Perhaps they are moving to places that are more affordable because they want to be close to family. And there are many people, like we found on our survey, that they are willing to quit their jobs if they cannot work from home or work from anywhere. And we think this is a trend that's here to stay because also companies are adapting to this because people proved during the pandemic that they can do excellent work from home, that they don't need to be at the office like with their boss sitting next to them all day long to do amazing work. Like they can manage their time, they can spend more time with their children, with their parents, with their friends, and do amazing work at the same time. And companies are seeing that this works, so they are also flexible, and we think more and more companies are going to take this approach. And I think personally, I think Buenos Aires is a great place where to be a digital nomad because it has, like Gonzalo said, all of these mixtures of culture, of nature, all these resources. It also has amazing weather, amazing food. It has a great time zone to work with other countries in the world, to work with the US, to work with Europe. So we think that that's a trend that's here to stay.
We'll say it in English, sorry. I think we're just starting to see what's going to happen after pandemia, how pandemia affected us. We have to be very aware, we have to be very focused regarding how it affected us personally and collectively, because definitely it has affected us. No? This an year and a half getting isolated at our homes without being able to go out, it was a traumatic experience. We cannot deny that it was traumatic and that it will have effects, some positive effects, as this one, that we are now breaking some paradigms that were limiting us instead of triggering our capabilities, and that is great. But then what's the negative side? And for sure there is a negative side. And again, we have to, like politicians, from like in our role, to be focused and atentos and like aware of what's going on, but traveling definitely is one of the positive aspects, and getting more time to travel, changing the paradigms that productivity is not what we thought it was before pandemia, is something much more complex, and this idea and this perception that traveling is for sure a transformational for better experience, and well, for we that we are in the traveling industry, that's good news.
Thank you. Sole, if you want to say something, this is.
Yes, I would like to add that Airbnb is working like with destinations worldwide, because every city and every county has different needs, but we are seeing this like nomadic effect in lots of places around the world. And I agree with Vicky and with Gonzalo about the benefits that Buenos Aires has. That's why we are so happy with this partnership, because Buenos Aires has like great conditions for people to come to work, experience the city, and also, as Gonzalo said at the beginning of his presentation, other trend that we are seeing is that people are looking for nature and to connect with nature. So from Buenos Aires, they can do lots of we can getaways and get to know all the wonderful landscapes Argentina has to offer also. So it's a great city to discover Argentina and Latin America that used to be so far away, but now that you can stay for a longer period, maybe you can do more immersive trips. And I think that that's another trend that is here to stay. And it's really beneficial both for destination and for travelers, because they are going to do more meaningful travels and not like these rush travels that we used to do of like 1 week and we spend it like, I don't know, 2 European capitals. Well, now no, we have this amazing opportunity to get to know the cities and the landscapes from a different point of view and to connect with locals. I think that's another really gem, is like to connect with locals, and that's why like this human connection is what Airbnb mostly encouraged, and that's why we based all this campaign and all this partnership in the voice of Airbnb platform hosts, because they are the local experts and they will be also the local experts and guides to those that come to Buenos Aires, and we'll share like the best data for them to explore and enjoy the city as much as we do. I think that that's an amazing trend, also so for making meaningful relationships that will last longer.
Thank you. So, well, I want to thank the three of you. One thing that is clear for me after hearing the experts of our panel is that travelers want to feel like a local, right? Travelers want to feel the experience of being a local in different destinations. And this is something that I learned from Gonzalo even before the pandemic, that this was a trend, that tourism was changing even before the pandemic hit us. So, and it's very clear from your presentations that this is a trend that is being reinforced even. So, and I was thinking, so this is what in a way digital nomads are, right? People that wants to travel and feel like a local at a different destination. I was thinking after hearing Gonzalo, Sole, and Vicky that I couldn't think on a better city to be a local than Buenos Aires. For what the city is, but for what porteños are as well. Such welcoming and such a diverse city, yeah, such a great place to be more than a few days. So I would like for you to, if I may, to leave you with that idea. I'm a little bit biased, but I do think that Buenos Aires is probably one of the best cities in the world for digital nomads, and I think all the current trends indicate us that digital nomadism is here to stay, and that Buenos Aires has a huge opportunity to become known. We already are one of the best destinations. We need to be known as the best destination for digital nomads. So thank you very much. I will leave you with coffee and the rest of the program for the day later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Slight change in plan. There is actually another talk that we have for you that we moved from the secondary stage to this stage. So I'm sure you will appreciate as our panel members leave the stage and our next speaker is getting ready. I want to tell you some things that may be interesting just before our next speaker comes up. Just wanted to let you know that tonight at 8 p.m. there will be an after party at Selena. After party. Yes. And we will also, a thing that might have not been clear is that anyone who lives in Palermo or near Palermo, there is a bus at 8:25 and then again at 8:55 from Selena to here in the morning. So in case you don't want to that before, just keep your attention. I want to introduce you to the next speaker. funny enough, we were flatmates once. But we will welcome to the stage Sergio Sala, who will tell us about his experience as a YouTuber. He calls his talk, How to Make YouTube Profitable as a Nomad. Don't we all want to know this? Half a decade ago, Sergio started his nomadic journey as a with his web design services. Later on, it gave him an opportunity to work on his own blog, and he became famous as a designer. Now he makes videos for travelers and nomads every day, all the time, wherever he is, and he is a full-time YouTuber. Please welcome to the stage, Sergio Sala.
Hey. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes.
So weird to get the camera like that. This is the life of a YouTuber, always with these things. But I think we're going to start quickly because I don't know we have much time. And if you can put my presentation at least, or there you go. So yeah, that's me. And it feels weird, as I said before, like I'm a YouTuber, you know? And this was just like 5 months ago that I became full-time YouTuber. So it's a really weird thing to be always in the camera like that. And that's what I want to show you. But before that, I just want to make a very quick video. I want to show you one of my recent videos. It's just 3 minutes. So we're going to play it so you can kind of know my style. So if we can do that, please. Oh, it has sound. It's better with sound, but I guess there's no sound. Okay, we're going back. Should I go outside and come back again? Well, thank you everybody for coming. This was my presentation. Okay, all right, the check-in. Can we start again? Thank you.
Let's go ahead. Cheers.
Nomadis.
La lágrima.
All right, so that's one of. Thank you. So this video is like a new style of videos that I'm making. This is not the main ones that I do, but this is just like a simple day of the life of every city that I go. But I have a big ones which we're gonna talk about. So, but yeah, like it was just 5 months ago that I actually became a full-time YouTuber. But it's really funny because every time I say to people, hey, I'm a YouTuber, everybody just like stare at me like, are you really a YouTuber? Are you making money? Like, is this really what you do? Always, you know? So therefore, I just created a presentation to reply that to you, to everyone who asked me the same thing, like why I'm a full-time YouTuber, right? And before that, I was gonna go and quickly say who I am. Let's go try to do this quickly. Does anybody knows this game? Can we get, oh, there's a few, okay, I don't feel that old anymore. This is why I'm here, and this is how I always start my talks. This is the main reason that I'm here right now. When I was like 12 years old, I used to play that game. Luckily, someone recorded it. I was like 12 years old, I think so. So every time after school, I was playing the game. You see, that's me, I swear. I was playing the game all the time, that it became my passion, and I wanted it to do something about it. And I don't know, I was 12, so I think at that time the best thing to do is to learn to build websites. So I built my first website. Of course, not everybody does that. And this is my very first one. It's awful, I know, but I'm very proud of it, you know? Like, it was the very first one that I made. And if you can see down there, it says 2002. That was like way, way, way before. And that like, kind of like gave me the traction to make more websites here and there. It was before Facebook, Twitter, whatever we have now. So it was a very different world. And people thought I was going to study like something like computer, but I decided I wanted to be creative, to impact and do something like bigger than me, so I decided to study architecture. And it was a little bit different than websites, but I kind of feel like it was kind of related because it's creative at the end. And when I was studying, I had the chance to live in Italy, so I lived there for 1.5 years. Actually, it was 6 months, but I loved it that I stayed for 1.5 years later. And like, you know, like the travel bug bit me. I was like, man, I want to travel. But even though I finished the career, I was going to be an architect because I studied for that. So I tried to open an architect studio with one of my friends. But again, we were only like 21 years old, so we were basically noobs at this thing. Like, we tried, and we got 2 clients, but yeah, we weren't that good. So we dropped that and say, okay, scratch that, what can I do? And I started thinking, you know, like, I remember that I built a website of my studio, and this is when I said, man, what if I don't charge for this? Like, I'm good at this thing. I've been doing this almost 10 years now as a hobby. Why don't I try to start doing that? So I was like, maybe I can be a freelance, you know, maybe I can start making my own websites. So I did that. I just created a website with, like, what was I offering? And I started, like, that's also like the clever thing that I did. I started with architects. Like, that was my field. So I was like an architect, but also web designer, the only one at that time. Nobody was building websites. So that kind of gave me the traction, you know, like to start to work anywhere. And this was like my first office. This was my dog too. So it was amazing because I had the chance to work at my home. But then I realized that the only thing that I needed to work was that thing, you know, like the only thing. So maybe I could start traveling with this. And that was in 2013 when I made the jump and I started traveling. So like I've been everywhere. It's like 8 years now. And it's been amazing. There's so many places that I've been. I've been doing all these things for myself. Like my travel stats, it's like 8 years as a nomad, 115 cities, 40 countries. And I lived, and I technically call live that I spent more than a month there, because like I get to know the place better. So I've been in 25 cities as a digital nomad, right? And well, I'm Mexican. I think I didn't say that, but I fell alone in this journey because I was the only Mexican doing this. So I opened a blog that, like, I was just telling people, hey, we can travel and work at the same time, no? And that blog also gave me lots of attention. I got to speak in conference like this one. If anybody knows this one, this was 4 years ago here in Buenos Aires. I forgot the name of the X, but the place, I don't know what's the name. Connex. It was not this one. It was another one. So I spoke there. Thanks to Tato, his son were there. Yeah, like I got the chance to speak and do all these things. But as all of the nomads, most of the nomads, I lived in Chiang Mai. This is Clay in the studio, such a beautiful coffee shop. And I'm telling you this because Chiang Mai, or like Thailand, basically changed my life in many reasons. One of them is that I met this guy. Does anybody know who's this guy by any chance? There's a few, okay. I'm gonna tell you who is in a bit. Does anybody know who's this guy? We get a yes there? Not many? Oh yeah, I remember you, yeah. We were talking to her, she's like, yeah, I'm a big fan of this guy. So this guy is a YouTuber. Right now he has 30 million followers. He's like one of the best ones in Mexico. So we met in Chiang Mai, I showed him around. He was a pretty cool guy, and he put my name at the end of his video. It's like, hey, follow Sergio, follow this guy. He's a cool guy. He's a digital nomad. So that's when I said, man, like people are searching for my name. You know, like maybe I should start doing my own YouTube channel. And that was in 2018 around that I started testing the idea of making YouTube. And it was all in Spanish because my audience was in Spanish. I was trying to do this in Spanish. But first, like, why YouTube? Just quickly, because, well, I started as an architect, then a web designer, then a blogger, and then like a YouTuber, right? Like it's all different worlds, all of them. And I think because making videos the way that I make them, as you saw the video, is a story. You know, I'm a storyteller. I found out that I'm a storyteller, and I'm good at it. I can be more creative because it's more visual. I can do effects and stuff like that. The best thing is making a personal brand. People are starting to recognize me, like, this guy, I'm Sergio, and like, oh, you're the guy from the YouTube videos, which is pretty cool. And also being found in other medias because YouTube is part of Google, and Google is the first search engine optimization, so it's gonna be easier to be found. You can make money online, which we're gonna talk about. And yeah, like that, the last thing that I was talking with a friend there, Eric, that one of the main reasons that I started making YouTube is because I saw what people were doing, and I think it was not that good as it could have been. So I wanted to do something better that people were doing. That's why I felt like maybe I can do YouTube, right? There's like 3 ways that you do YouTube. You entertain, you educate, you inspire. And I think what I have done is a mix of all of them. So you always either choose one or like try to be good at all of them. That's what I'm trying to do. And can't remember who I'm a creative, so I kind of learned to build websites by myself. To make videos by myself. So, but I think I took some courses. This is one of the guys that I would recommend if you want to get into how to learn to make videos. And I was also researching. If anybody knows this guy, is like one of the top YouTubers, Casey Neistat. And I love his videos. Peter McKinnon, Craig Adams, who I also met in Chiang Mai, Thailand. I was like researching, like seeing what people were doing. And Casey was also the one who inspired me because he was saying that filmmaking is a sport. Like you make videos as a thing that you can just build it and be better and better and better. Like when I saw all these guys, when I saw Alan por el Mundo, like this kind of YouTubers, because there's the other kind of YouTubers that I don't want to talk about. There's a lot of like, I think they're bad, but I don't want to say more. These guys were like saying, yes, I can kind of make these kind of videos, right? So I started it. I started making my own in Spanish, just testing and seeing if I like that. And people were like receptive. Were like, hey, you're making cool stuff, you know? I also want to tell you that I started with a phone. Like this is also the other thing. I mean, the camera is amazing, but you don't have to start with that. I literally took that phone and I make a video of the Nomad cruise. Yeah, well, let's go. Like I made a video of the Nomad cruise, which is one of the most famous events for nomads, and I took the phone for that. And that guy, Johannes, the founder, is like, hey, I really like your video. So it was not about, like, I was not using the best gear, but I was actually making a great story. And that's what actually matters when you make videos. You eventually can get better and get better equipment because these things are expensive, so don't do it at the beginning. But yeah, that's how I started doing it, and this is the cycle of a YouTuber, right? You record, you start being the camera, doing all those things, then you publish, and you understand if people are liking it, if there's a like, there's a comment, if there's like also the people don't like it, and then you go and learn what this video made and what can you be better. So this is the cycle that you're always gonna go as a YouTuber. It is always like that. As I said, filmmaking is a sport. You always practice, and go. You're gonna make tons of videos, and that's exactly what I did. Like, this is like I think it was more than 100 videos, can't remember right now. They are right now in our archive YouTube channel. I removed them, which we're gonna talk about later. But this is what I tried. I was testing to see if people liked it. And somehow, I started to get some audience about that. So, consistency is key. I learned a lot by making this first channel, but then in 2019, I was invited to speak in a conference called the Nomad Summit, and that was in Cancun, but this conference was in English. So I was invited, and I told the audience, the talk was more about how I build English, Spanish, because I used to have a newsletter, it grew more than 10,000 subscribers, it was pretty cool. But there's something that I always wanted to do. It was always in the back of my mind. And I said, this is the time. I'm getting old. I should do it now. I said to everyone, hey, I'm changing my content to English. Yeah, I felt like it was the right time. And it was difficult for many reasons. First, yes, I grew an audience in Spanish, right? So people were used to that. So a lot of people were saying, why are you doing that? Some people don't speak English, so that's hard. That's what happens in this conference because we have always this problem within languages. But everything that I consume has always been in English. That's why I feel like this is what I needed to do. So that's when I decided to, I changed into English, and I want to make this full time because I was still working as a web designer and other things. I was like, I want to make this. So what did I do? And this is what I'm going to tell you now. It's interesting because it was 2019, so it's just before COVID, you know? And I basically spent 7 months in the States, that's where my family lives. And it was hard at the beginning, what content can I make, you know? Because we were just indoors. So I started making some stuff that it was focused for digital nomads because that's my niche. I knew that. The reason that I changed to English is because digital nomads, they're everywhere in the world. And Spanish is okay, but the English just opens the world to everything, right? And I also tried to say, what can I do for these people, you know? For my niche, for digital nomads. Luckily, I already had some content that I recorded before COVID, which I'm going to talk about in a bit. And I just started as publishing, now everything in English with the same cycle of record, publish, learn, and improve. And eventually started to get better because I found a kind of video that people like. And this is what we're going to talk about. Oh, before that, if anybody done YouTube before or you haven't, the analytics behind YouTube, it's amazing. All the things that you learn, it's so cool. It tells you the views, how many subscribers per month. There's a lot of technicalities, how many views each video. It's just mind-blowing, all the things that you can learn with YouTube Studio. So I would recommend if you're new, this will help you improve and get better too. And the first thing that I did to get my first dollars is what I was also talking to someone about that. You need 1,000 subscribers plus 4,000 watch hours to start getting into the YouTube monetization, which is everybody thinks this is the only way to make money, and it's not. It's actually the lowest of my incomes right now. Because this is I made 477 last month, I'm not living off of that, of course, right? But I'm telling you that this is just a small percentage of you can make. And this is for an audience of close to 10,000 subscribers. If you're starting, you're going to have, 100, 1,000. Like, you're not going to get that. So never think that ads is the only way to make money. We're going to talk about the other options that you can have. But before that, I luckily already made this video and already recorded it. I was just editing when I was in quarantine, and I posted it, and it just blew up, you know. And it was just the kind of videos that I wanted to make, and also the videos that people were looking for, because they're for digital nomads. Basically, I show all the things. Well, I got all these comments, people saying the great video, like, I like your style, like it represents well Medellin, Colombia. And I said, yes, I got the style, you know, like this is what I want. I started making these kind of videos, like showing all the things that you do on the city, co-working, coffee shop, best things to do, like the cost of living. People want to know how much does it cost to stay in one place, especially digital nomads. And yeah, like I take these people through a journey. If you get to see them, I already made 14 videos of this, mostly in Mexico, because in quarantine, Mexico was the best place to be. So I spent a lot of time there. I have from Sayulita, San Pancho, Guatemala, Panama, Colombia, and those are like getting so much reception. People are loving them. I even made one so my mom moved to Toledo, Ohio, small town. Well, it's not a small town. It's a big, medium-sized city in the States. And that one like got blow up too. Now I got interviewed by the news of Toledo. It's called The Blade. Like, anyway, I got the style, and this is what I will tell you guys. Like, if you want to make YouTube like this kind of YouTube things, you gotta find a way to tell your story that is. It could be either unique or something that you yourself, like what your background knows, and people will follow. This is what I will tell you. When I saw this comment, I was like, oh, I got you. So Peter Levels, it's the guy who I asked you at the beginning, who was this guy? He is the founder of a website called NomadList.com. It's one of the most famous websites for digital nomads. When I saw his comment, I was like, I need to talk to you. So I went and I think it was via Twitter. We're like, hey, Peter, I saw you liked my videos. Can we talk? Because I'm looking for sponsors. So I want to make this like full time. He's like, dude, I love your videos. Yes, of course, let's talk about it. And yeah, basically, it took a little bit of talking, blah, 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 blah. And he's finally my sponsor of the whole channel and for the videos too, some of them, especially the ones that I talk all about each city. So he's a guy who's has a massive company now, like one-man show, but he's giving me earning like at least, so I make one video for him each month, like this kind of complex videos, and I have a one-year contract with him. So yeah, this is the main way to make money as a YouTuber, like trying to find sponsors. So this is a guy that I met, which kind of like easier to connect, but I'm also gonna give you another example. I just sent an email to the people of Safety Wing. It's a travel insurance company. Like told them all my things, like selling my idea, like why my YouTube videos are cool, like why you should sponsor me. And they became my sponsors too. So basically these are my three big ones right now: Nomad, Safety, and Selena. So if you want to be a YouTuber, don't think about ads because that will take time. Try to find sponsors, and that's the hardest thing, but it's the best thing because it will give you a sense of also security, because if you get a contract with them, you can have it for a long time. And yeah, like contact brands, like especially they're connected with what you do, because the ones that I have, NomadList is exactly for digital nomads, so it was easier. Safety Win too, it's a travel insurance. Then Selena, well, is the guys that usually give spaces for digital nomads anywhere around the world. Like I have already stayed in 25 other Selenas. There's not only in Argentina, by the way. Some people think that. They're everywhere. They have 10 in Mexico, I think, and other places. Because you can also do what we call affiliate marketing. these guys from Minal, they sent me their backpack, and I just recommend it on a video that I make. And every time that they click through my link, I get a percentage. So this is another way to make money, and I think it's one of the best ones because if it's brands that are connected with what you do, because I'm recommending something that I use. I don't have my bag here, but I'm actually using it right now. It's in the backstage, but I'm using this one, and I would love to keep recommending it because it's one that I use, you know. And that's how it works with affiliate marketing. And I also have on my website like all the things that I use because I'm also a minimalist. I have a few things, and everything that I really like, people go click it, and I earn some money with it too. Like things that I'm really, really happy to share to other people. And also Selena, also like shameless plug. If you want to book Selena, there's my code CR_GIO, and you get 50% discount with Selena. 15% discount. 15. So you gotta go and click it. So when you start getting your audience, like the best thing to do is like always read what are they saying, you know. I was getting all these comments like, oh, you guys skip quickly, but people were saying, hey, I would love to meet you, I would love to meet you. So I started creating some events that I called the Nomad Co-workation because people wanted to meet me. And this idea of bringing people together to one place. And I work with Selena, so we spent a week together in Isla Mujeres, Mexico. It's a small island, and they were all like followers, subscribers. We spent a whole week, and we make videos, so it was really cool. And I think I might do more of these. I was going to do one in Oaxaca, it didn't work, but I'm still working on new ideas. But it was all because I was reading all these comments. People were like, hey, well, I want to meet you. So that was the result of those comments. And the key is like that, like when you start making videos, you start building the audience that you can take them anywhere, and it's pretty cool. Like, we created the Nomad Co-workation. I'm doing meetups here and there. Every place that I go, I'm always meeting people. I'm actually gonna make one for Argentina. If you want to go, I'm gonna post it on my medias. I did one in Tulum, I did one in Playa del Carmen, and one in Mexico City. When I go back to Asia, I will make those meetups. It's just really, really great to do those things. And you can take this anywhere. Like, I might change and not do only like Digital Nomad Cities videos. I could pivot it to something else, but people will follow because they are following me, you know, like Sergio Sala. Not exactly everything. Like if I change drastically, that like, hey guys, what's going on, no? But if there's something that we're all connected with my name, you can take your audience anywhere. And just to give you quickly a round-up of how I make money, I was just talking about the main way that I earn right now is through sponsorship, then affiliate, because I recommend a few things. The products, some things that I'm working on, which I can talk about later. The events, the ones that I'm making, are going to make more. As you can see, ads, it's somewhere there. Like, it's not the best, as I said, I will repeat it, it's not the only way to make money. Actually, for me, it's like just small percentage. There's many other ways to make money. We're talking about memberships, products that I'm going to make later, prints. I'm trying to be a photographer, so I'm going to print some pictures too, donations, speaking events. As I said, when you have an audience, really, you can do anything you want. And it's so cool. Like now I am able to, do all these kind of videos, meet people. I used to travel with my dog. He passed away. So sad news, but there's some videos if you get to see them. There's some with them. He was a star. He loved to be in the camera. And it's really amazing what I can do now. And it took me all this time, all this plan that I'm telling you. And I can call myself a YouTuber right now. And I can be proud to say that. And before we finish, I just want to say that let's go quickly on the round of how to be a YouTuber, right? So define the niche, get any gear to start with, record, publish, learn, improve, get at least 1,000 to start monetizing, try to get out your own story, like your own style, connect, learn, read your audience, try to find different ways to make money, and try to get sponsors that are connected to what you do. And okay, the last thing is yes, I am making a video of Buenos Aires. So you're gonna get to see it on my channel one day, because I'm gonna spend 3 weeks here. And my channel is this one, like youtube.com/Sergio Sala. I was informed that nobody can leave if they haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel. But yeah, that's my talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sergio. We actually want to give the people an opportunity to ask you some questions. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Shall we do that? Does anyone have a question for Sergio? Hands up, please. Don't be shy. I see one over there.
Thank you. Can I just ask, what's the best place that you've gone to in the last sort of 10 years, which you'd say? I mean, you can't say Buenos Aires, because I know we're trying to brand that, but yeah.
It's like, that's a question that I get all the time, you know, it's so hard. Especially when you're in a city, it's like, no, I can't say Buenos Aires anymore. But there's so many, I've been to so many. I think one of the ones that I would say is Chiang Mai, Thailand, because it just changed my journey to become a YouTuber, so that would be one of them. Also, Isla Mujeres is such a beautiful small town in Mexico, it's an island. New York, I love big cities too. Medellin, Colombia was great, even though my laptop was stolen, but that's the Colombia way. What else? I only did 2 weeks in Lisbon, but I need to go back. It seems to be a good place. But there's so many. I think at least Chiang Mai, New York, and yeah, there's so many.
Next question. Over here. There are 2 questions here. Also, anyone know if $400 is 4%? Then I think drinks are on him tonight. Go ahead.
Hi. First of all, congratulations. I thought your talk was really authentic and really down to earth, which I really liked.
Thank you.
And my question to you is that normally the content that you find on YouTube for nomads is usually from people that are from the States or from Europe that are traveling around. So what do you think is the difference or the advantages or disadvantages as a Latin American nomad traveling around?
That's a good question. Yeah. So the thing is, the videos that I make so far, most of them are like in places that speak Spanish. So that's like so easy for me to be on those places. So we had that advantage. Like there's so many countries that speak Spanish, right? And the ones that I was making in Mexico, like I'm a local, so it was easier to move around. But as my audience, I know that most of them, they're not there. I'm trying to adjust that, you know, and trying to tell them, yeah, I had that advantage because I speak Spanish, but like trying to do things that they will do, like trying to show them if I would not be Latin American. So it's easier for us to travel around here, but it's not that easy. Like Europe's not that easy. Like it's way expensive, the euro, and then the visas. Luckily, in Mexican passport, it has like lots of advantages. Like, I haven't had any problem, but yeah, like the horrible 3 months for the whole Europe, it's so annoying. But you have to work around and do like trying to go other places like Bulgaria that is not Europe. Like you got to think about those things. But I think it's cool to be Latin American. I'm still proud. Like, of course, I'm speaking now in English, but I'm I'm very proud of being Mexican, you know. So I hope that answered your question. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. It was a sorry. How do you deal with uncertainty, like financially? Did you ever have a bad surprise about it, or do you have a average income?
Uncertainty.
Stable average income.
I think when you're a nomad, uncertainty is part of your life. You know, you can't expect anything. Well, I think life itself, and I don't want to go like philosophical, but life itself is uncertain. You don't know what can happen tomorrow. So that's what I try to do every day. Like if even I had a normal job, can't promise tomorrow. So I can't promise what happened today in 2 hours. You know, hopefully nothing bad. But that's how I think when I travel. Like, hey, like whatever happens, it happens, you know, or at least I'm trying to take care and do my proper precautions. But like like everything in life and traveling makes you understand the life itself, everything is uncertain. So you just gotta get used to that. I'm getting used to knowing that I can. And also, like, making videos is so hard on the ways that I make because I plan something, but it doesn't happen the way I want sometimes. And I get annoyed, but then, like, okay, let me try to like, you always got to think, how can you make things, because the way that I make the videos, if you get to see them, they're trying to be natural. And that's the hardest thing because when I put the camera, people are like, oh, I don't want to talk, you know? So I try to hide it or put it somewhere, like, try to make everything natural. And yeah, like, living with uncertainty, I think makes the life better. Yeah.
I agree. One more question? We have one last question, time for one more question.
Hi, I'm Pavel from Russia, and thank you for the talk. I had a question. How many hours approximately per week do you work?
Oh, it was harder before when I was a web designer. And I like trying to do YouTube. It was so hard, I was trying to mix everything. But now, like 5 months ago, I became a full-time YouTuber. So now I do this full-time and I basically work this full-time, like spend the whole day either recording, either editing. Editing takes so much time. People ask me why don't I outsource this. It's because this is like the sauce of the video and the only way to make it great is putting my own style. So the last time I tracked one of my videos, how long did it took me? It took me around 25 hours to make one of those videos. The one that I'm making right now, Mexico City, that will be the next one. I'm tracking this one too because this one is a long one. So it's taking me 1 hour to make 1 minute of the video. And I already have 11 minutes. So I've done 11 hours. So I still have so much work in advance. But as a YouTuber, and this is also the other thing that people don't understand, it's so much work. I mean, you had to really like this job because it's a lot of, like, also like time, like literally time, because I need to go somewhere, I need to do a tour, so that takes like literal 4 or 5 hours of your day that you can reduce or something like that, no? And then the literal time of editing, so it takes tons of hours, but I really enjoy it. It's tiring, like when I finish the video, I'm like, oh, finally finish it. But well, I don't have a work schedule. If you're also wondering like that, it always goes like whatever I feel like. I don't have a 9 to 5 luckily, and I work whenever I can. I worked the whole plane to come in here. It was 9 hours, so I have enough time to work to edit. And so it's basically, I do plan. Don't think I'm very organized, but I plan. I try to do all everything that I have goals, so I try to reach them, like finishing a video a month, all like that. But yeah, like it's a lot of work. So maybe more than the normal office job. Wait, before we finish, we gotta do the
picture.
YouTube thing. No, it's
or video.
It's a video.
Of course.
Can you guys cheer when I say it, or if you want to? Okay, guys, what do you think about the talk? Was it good? Yes. All right. Thank you, guys.
Well done. Thank you so much, Sergio. Thank you. If anything is the takeaway is that Sergio has always had the machine running. He was always doing new things, and from one thing comes the next. So it just takes that first step, really, to get to where you are. Thank you so much, Sergio. We're going to have our last talk now. So our coffee break is going to be at the end, and then the whole event is over. Of course, we'll have the party later, which is very important. And one more thing that I forgot to say, if you want to go back to Palermo, there will be buses after this last talk. So you can go back to Palermo in case you'd want to take that opportunity. Let me introduce to you the next speaker for the talk, Nomadic Earth Community, a Shift in Global Culture. I want to introduce you to Kaela Atliwork. Kaela is a motivational speaker, a global super connector, and a researcher of human connection. You've probably seen her in the Nomad Week giving a couple of deep connection workshops. She has been a location independent for the last 10 years, has been facilitating co-living experiences, studying group dynamics, and guiding transformational expeditions since 2015. In addition, Kayla is the founder of Montaya Base Camp, an intentional co-living space in California. Kayla, please, a big round of applause for her. Why is she going back? What's going on? Hey, buddy. Oh, sorry.
Scheduled for 15 past though.
I know. She knows. No. Please.
Hello, Buenos Aires. Antes que empezamos, before we begin, I want to invite everyone to come down. Anyone who's in the back to come down into the front. We're going to give a talk today about connection. So I want to be able to connect with you. So I just want to invite you to get up out of your seats if you're in the back and come down into the first few rows. If you want to feel more comfortable, feel free to leave a few seats in between you and other people. But we're going to be doing a couple things today in which we're talking to each other. I know it's been a long time since we've been in person talking to each other, so it might be a little edgy, but I just want to invite you to come down into this front space. All right, wonderful. So grateful for our tech team today. Right now we are waiting for a clicker to come back on stage, but if that does not happen, tech team, when I signal to you like this, that's when we're going to change the slide. Or that's when you're going to click for the next piece of the slide to come up. Thank you very much. Okay, so starting at the first slide, please. Amazing. Hello, Buenos Aires. Antes que todo, me llamo Kayla. My name is Kayla Atlework. I'm a co-living and community builder. I'm a human connection researcher. And I'm a global connectivity activist. So before we begin, I just want to say thank you. Let's give a round of applause for NomadsBA for bringing us together here today. Thank you so much. So I've come all the way from California in the United States, pero quiero decirte que tengo un cuerpo de Estados Unidos, pero corazón de Latinoamérica. So today we're going to be talking about connection and culture. And I want to start in the place of what we're missing. What is keeping us from connection? What is keeping us from building a new kind of culture? And my answer to this would be hyper-individuality. When we are walking on a path that is only focused on our personal gain, that is only focused on what can I get out of the world, it's really hard to make a difference. So I want to take you on a field trip through time. We're going to go back 10 years to little Kayla, living in Los Angeles, Hollywood. I started my career as a professional fashion model, walking for Chanel and shooting for top brands all over the world. It seems like this is the kind of lifestyle that we would seek, to find joy, to find happiness. And yet, it was one of the loneliest phases in my entire life. I was taught that the only way I could achieve was to achieve alone, by focusing on myself, by focusing on my own success. I didn't even know what community was at that point in time. And it didn't matter that I had the high-paying gigs. It didn't matter that I had the pop star boyfriend. Because of the loneliness that I was experiencing, I wasn't a part of something greater than myself. And so began the journey of a lifetime. In February of 2012, I got on a plane and I flew to Peru. It was my first time traveling alone. I was 20 years old and I was scared out of my mind. I got off the plane and onto a bus that was supposed to take me 23 hours to the city of Cusco, Peru. 5 hours into the drive, I woke up and the bus had stopped. And in front of us, the street had been filled with rocks. There were hundreds of men in mining outfits yelling and attempting to light the tires on fire of the cars in front of us. There was a strike and a protest of the miners that stopped the bus and turned us around. So we drove the 5 hours back to Lima and another 10 hours south. There I waited for 12 hours in a city where I didn't know the language, I didn't know a single person, for a bus that could actually get me to where I was going. And on that bus, something happened that changed my life. Seated next to me was a woman from Japan, probably in her mid-50s. Now, you'll realize that by now, my trip had been delayed by about 15 hours. And as I looked down at my phone, I realized that I would be arriving in Cusco, Peru on the 6-year anniversary of my mother's passing. At 14 years old, my mother died in my arms of cholangiocarcinoma, a rare form of liver cancer. I hadn't planned my journey this way. I didn't know that I would be arriving in this next phase of my life on the same day 6 years later that my life had changed so much. As the sun began to rise, the woman beside me, who hadn't spoken a word the entire 13-hour journey, asked me why I was crying in the limited English that she knew. And I shared with her. I said, 6 years ago, my mom passed away. She looked at me open-mouthed and said, 6 years ago, my daughter passed away. So here's a woman from the other side of the world. And here's me, 20-year-old Kayla, coinciding at this moment. She asks me, where are you from? I said, I'm from Yosemite. It's a small mountain area in California. It's not like Los Angeles or San Francisco. There's 5,000 people total in the town I grew up in. I say, I'm from Yosemite. And she looks at me again and tears start to stream out of her eyes. And she tells me, my daughter died in Yosemite, climbing El Capitan, the same rock that my mother used to tell me stories about how she climbed when she was young. So this woman, Kyoko, she had been commissioned to go to Machu Picchu and to paint it by a gallery in Japan. I see her spend the next hour writing on a piece of parchment and drawing. And just as we're getting off the bus, she passes it to me. And she says, on this paper, 6 years ago, I lost my daughter to Yosemite. And today, God has brought me a daughter of Yosemite. We must be on the right path. Now, if I had never been brave enough to walk away from the career and the lifestyle that I thought would give me success, I never would have experienced what it's like to find a moment of connection that changes everything. It changed the way that I saw the world, and it changed the way that I live. So I'm here with you today to talk about nomadic life and how this new and arising culture can change the world. Now, let's bear in mind, this is not the first time that humans have been nomadic. Back in the day, we used to live in tribes that were migrational, where we moved from place to place throughout the year, depending on the resources that we could get. Nomads today are a little bit different. The point that I want to bring in here is that there's an aspect about us as humans that we were made to move across the land. We were built to carry what we own on our backs. Our anatomy, our physiology is programmed to carry us long distances with everything we own. So when the agricultural revolution occurred and we began to settle, we began to form smaller communities in which we had our own culture, our own way of doing life. And we stopped being exposed to others around us. When we travel, what we see, what we learn, and what we feel, and who we meet on our travels changes who we are. I believe that we cannot change global culture without changing who we are. So I want to take a moment for us to drop into who we are and to share that with a person next to us. So if you're sitting next to somebody you know in the audience, I want to invite you not to talk to them. I want to invite you to turn to someone behind you or in front of you, and we're going to take 1 minute. And in that 1 minute, I want you to complete the sentence, I am. For those of you that are streaming virtually, I invite you to do this journaling or with a companion that is near you as you're watching. So we're going to take 1 minute each. So look around, find your partner, don't be scared. I know it's been a long time since we've been in person, but look around and see if you can find someone near you. Say hello. So what we're going to do is take the next 60 seconds. Amazing. All right, if you have a partner, please raise your hand. Si ya tienes una pareja, pone tu mano arriba. Okay? Amazing. Go ahead and put your hands down. So we're going to start. The person with the fanciest toenails is going to go first. So la persona que tiene las uñas de los dedos más fancy empieza. Whoever has the fanciest toenails first. Great. It's been decided. I see some shoes coming off to check. All right. So we're going to take 1 minute and you're going to complete the sentence, I am. And the idea is to not stop talking for the full minute. I am. And finish that sentence over and over again. I am. I am American. I am a woman. I am a mass of vibrating cells. All right, go ahead and begin now. 1 minute per person, and when you hear me ping, we'll gather back together. Got about 15 seconds left. Ping! All right, coming back into silence. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. There we go. All right, we're going to switch to the second person. And again, with the sentence, I am. Beginning now. And 15 seconds left. Bing! And bringing us back into silence. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Oh, this is a great audience. So we're going to do one more activity here together, so don't leave your partner quite yet. We're now going to take 1 minute in which we go back and forth. Instead of 1 minute here and 1 minute here, one sentence, back and forth, but we're going to finish the sentence, we are. Now, for most of us, it's a lot easier to express who I am. I have an idea of who I am as an individual. And the invitation here is to go a little bit outside of your comfort zone and try to feel into what do I share with the person sitting next to me. And you might be wrong. Take a risk. What are the assumptions that you have? What do you think you might have in common with this person after hearing what they just shared with you? So we're going to take 1 minute going back and forth, sentence to sentence, starting we are, and begin. And 15 seconds left. Let's get just one more sentence from each person. coming back into silence. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. I love how the same techniques that work for kindergarten work for adult audiences, don't you? So, when we actually connect with others that have different cultures, that have different stories and backgrounds, we change, whether we mean to or not. So what does that mean for us as nomads or aspiring nomads? It means that going home, it means that what we think of as where we belong in the world starts to change. For nomads, home is the whole planet. Home is no longer just the town that I grew up in or the friends that I had in high school. Home and community starts to relate to everyone and everything that we have had the opportunity to experience, to absorb into our beings. So why does this matter? How do we use this new way of life, of seeing the entire world as the earth community, instead of just my biological family or just my neighborhood? How can we be authors of our own history? I know that here in this conference you've received a lot of information about how to be a digital nomad, how to create a successful remote career, how to walk into being a nomad, living in new countries, traveling to new places. But what about the why? Why are we doing this? And what could the world look like if this new wave of culture carried a different energy, carried a different meaning? Now, we all know that it's really hard to change what already exists. To take a culture that's already in place and to form it into something new is really difficult. But we are at the precipice of great change because as digital nomads, we're creating a new culture. We don't have to deal with the rigid structures of what it is to be a nomad. We get to decide. We get to write that. We get to create it for ourselves. But it takes every single one of us showing up and speaking our voices and speaking our truth in order to make that change. A mission that I am determined to do. You can see by my ethnicity that I come from a lineage of people that have been conquistadors. And this is something that I've struggled with in my lifetime. Looking in the mirror and knowing that I look like the people that came and took land from others. That back in the day, being a nomad, being an expat was a means of conquering, of taking from other cultures, not from absorbing them. My mission and my promise in this life is to use the lifestyle of being a nomad as a means of learning, connection, and expansion of my worldviews. And I want to invite you to do the same. So we're living in a moment of unprecedented potential. I want to invite everyone to close their eyes for a moment. We're going to take 3 deep breaths in together, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold, and exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale long and deep, 2, 3, 4, and exhale, 2, 3, 4. Inhaling again, 2, 3, and on this last exhale, we're going to make a sound as we release. I didn't hear you, so we're going to try that one more time. See if you can let your shoulders drop. See if you can let the parts of your body where you're holding tension relax. And let's breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Now, I promise you, I'm not just a hippie on a stage. There is a reason that we're doing this together. So keeping your eyes closed for one moment, I want you to bring your awareness into your physical body. Start to feel the sensations. Feel the weight of your body on the seat beneath you. Feel your feet on the ground. With your eyes still closed, feel the texture of the cloth, of your clothing, of the air against your skin. And once you feel present in your awareness of self, begin to expand your awareness outwards. Feel the bodies that are sitting next to you. Every single person in this room has a story, has experienced heartbreak, has had challenges and triumphs. And let your awareness start to expand into the room. And now let it expand into the city of Buenos Aires. Can you feel it? The movement, the motion, the millions of lives. And then let it expand into the earth. Not just a community of people, but the trees and the plants and the animals. Let's take one more deep breath in here and relax with sound. Go ahead and open your eyes. So why do I have you use sound on the exhale? I know a lot of us have experienced breathing as a way to calm ourselves down when we're on our own. But why do we make sound on an exhale when we're in a group? Like I said, I'm not just a hippie on a stage. I'm going to splash a little bit of science onto you guys. So at the back of the throat, we have something called the vagal nerve. Now, the vagal nerve is directly connected to the nervous system. So what happens to us in our animal bodies? We are humans and we are animals. When we're around a lot of new people, especially after COVID, when we haven't been used to being around people, we can feel agitation. Our body doesn't quite know if the animal at our side is a predator or a prey or is part of our community. Now, science has shown that when we make sound, when we exhale, it vibrates the back of the throat, the vagal nerve, in a way that immediately takes us back into the parasympathetic nervous system. So essentially, just by breathing out, you've told each other that you're not going to eat each other for dinner. And your bodies have relaxed into that a little bit more. So now that we're feeling a little bit safer into the space, let's dive a bit deeper. We are emerging from an epidemic of isolation. This was not just an epidemic of a disease, but it was an epidemic of disconnection. At a moment in time where we were isolated, where we were taken away from the people that we loved and the communities that were important to us. And yet, at this same moment in time, we have more access to virtual and in-person connection than ever before. So both are existing. We are simultaneously more alone and more connected than we've ever been. And because of this, we have a degree of blank slate in which we get to decide what we do with that connection. So how can becoming a nomad actually help us to lead more connected lives? Some of you might be thinking, when I travel to a new place, it takes a lot of effort to make new friends, to meet new people, and to connect. For those of you that are thinking that, we're going to give a workshop tomorrow morning called Instamacy, Instantaneous Intimacy, how to make friends quickly anywhere in the world. But for today, I want to talk about why this connection can make the world a better place and can create global change. So by exposing ourselves to different cultures, by traveling to different countries, how does that lead to a more connected world? Exposure equals awareness. If we stay in our own little bubble, in our own circle of what we think it means to exist on this earth, we're not exposed to the wide variety, the wide and vast ways of living that are all equally valid. So step one, awareness. Step two, cross-cultural connection. Countries that have more citizens that travel internationally have less wars, have less violence. Healthy international relations is not something that is only in the hands of the politicians. We can create peace and global reform from the ground up, from the roots up. Cross-cultural connection is something we do every single day when we step away from what is normal and easy and comfortable for us and ask those around us what is real in their lives and how they live. Being a digital nomad also provides equal opportunity. What career path in the past would allow women who are raising young children to work full-time jobs, to support their kids and be at home? Being a nomad empowers women all over the world and empowers people of color all over the world. Black, indigenous, all across the board. Like it or not, our gender and our ethnicity does determine the jobs that we get. We still live in a world where that's happening. So what is occurring is that when you're working as a remote worker, there's this degree of anonymity that comes in where all of a sudden we have more women in the remote workforce doing the same jobs, but because they're remote, it's not given the same emphasis or pressure as being in a physical female body in a workplace. When you are a face behind the screen, it starts to become easier to have access to the jobs and the opportunities. And finally, taking action. If we stay at home in our own bubble, in our own tiny apartment, how do we expect to change the world? And I'm going to take you a little more into detail on exactly how we can take action. How many of you, quick question for the audience, how many of you have wanted to do something to make a difference, but didn't know what you could actually do to make a change? That you felt stopped from actually taking action because you didn't know where to put your energy or time? I know I have. Please raise your hand if you've ever felt this way, that you wanted to make a change, but you didn't know what to do to create impact. Look around you for a moment. There's a lot of people in this audience that want to make a change, but it's hard to do alone. So what happens if we do it together? How can we use our freedom as nomads for good? Let's take a deep breath in for this one, shall we? Inhale, 2, 3, 4, and release with sound. Amazing. So I want to show you guys an example of sustainable remote work co-living. And I'm going to ask our amazing tech team to please play the video that we have in the folder. As we're waiting for this to play, I want to tell you guys a little bit about Montaya. So Montaya is an organization that I founded 5 years ago. And what it is a group of value-aligned, purposeful digital nomads who live and travel the world with an emphasis on spirituality, sustainability, and service. So Montaya Base Camp is a co-living community in California that has been existing for about 4 years now. Now, I've been location independent for 10 years. You heard the beginning of my story, going to Peru, having access to connection to people across the world, and I started to work and travel remotely then, and I haven't stopped since. So what did I find was missing from what was being provided by the co-living or co-working spaces around the world? I was looking for a place that was deep in nature. I wanted to be connected to the natural world, but I still needed high-speed Wi-Fi. Really hard to find both at the same time. I wanted to be somewhere that was remote, but still connected to intentional community. People that wanted to be showing up not just to hustle together, but to live and to work and to grow together. Welcome to Montaya Base Camp. A space that is entirely sustainable, run by solar power and our own well, with a large garden and our apple orchard in the yard. In the wintertime, we heat the house with a wood stove, and in the summer, we cool it with a swamp cooler, not using any of the toxic chemicals that we find in air conditioning coolant systems. 30 minutes from the closest town, but only 15 minutes from this lake. This is just one of the many hubs of sustainable nomadic community that is popping up all over the world. Together, we co-live, co-work, and co-learn. Being a nomad doesn't have to be a solo journey. And in fact, when we work together and live together, we thrive together. So, let's talk about the culture of being a nomad that means taking sexy selfies with my laptop by the pool. Raise your hand if you've seen a wave of this in the last 5-10 years. Go ahead and put your hands down. Is this the type of culture that we want to build? Most of us are here today because we're already nomads, or we want to become nomads. And there's this sort of sexy appeal in living this lifestyle where we can be anywhere and work anywhere. But becoming location independent means so much more than packing my bikini and my laptop. It means becoming a global citizen. It means that when people ask you where you're from, you don't even know what to say anymore. And becoming a global citizen means learning to listen to what the world needs. Most of us are pretty practiced in listening to what we need. But what about listening to what the world needs, especially at this moment in time? I'm going to walk you through an 8-step framework of how to contribute to ecological health as a digital nomad. As most of us know, one of the biggest problems that we are facing right now is the climate crisis. So as digital nomads, the first idea you might have is, well, we're hopping on planes, we're using fuel. How could lifestyle as a digital nomad possibly be sustainable? I'm here to tell you. Number 1, reducing our carbon footprint and offset the carbon we emit. So what does this mean? When I recently worked with a colleague to poll how many digital nomads were aware of the ecological impact of their travels, this is what I found. So 91% considered themselves to be nature lovers. If we could return to that slide, please. 91% consider themselves to be nature lovers. All right, I'm gonna go with a guesstimate on this. 42%, only 42% have ever measured their carbon footprint. So what does that mean, our carbon footprint? It means that in the travel that we're doing, in the food that we're eating, in the packaging, in the transportation of the clothing that we're buying, how much carbon are we using? So what I do as a traveler is I use one of the websites which was featured on the last slide, if we could switch back to it, in order to track and calculate what my carbon footprint is every time I travel. And then I look into some of the organizations that are actively making the most impact, and I make an active donation to those organizations. But I don't just donate to counterbalance, because we are not at a moment in time when we can just break even. We have to give back more. So my recommendation to you, each one of you that has signed up for this conference will receive an email at the end of this, How to Act, that has all of these links in it. My recommendation is to look up and calculate your own carbon footprint and research the ways that you can offset it. Some of the ways that digital nomads reduce their carbon footprint: reducing plastic, using public transportation. And we can make lifestyle choices that positively affect the planet. Now, when we're stuck in a 9-to-5 job, we can't necessarily make all of the same choices that we can when we have the flexibility of our location and our hours, such as vegetarianism, buying organic, buying local, choosing to live in parts of the world where sustainable living is accessible, not using single-use plastics, and shopping secondhand. Now, how many of you have ever donated to a charity? Please raise your hand. Go ahead and put your hands down. I love this. This is a really giving group. I feel very warm inside seeing that almost every single hand in the room went up. That doesn't always happen when I'm speaking. I want you guys to give yourself a round of applause real quick. So, what I want to speak to you about is where we're donating. Now, when we're stepping into altruism, and we are giving for the sake of giving, often we want to give to local charities. We want to see the direct impact. But this has to do with, again, the bubble of community that we have the tendency to form. And I want to invite us to start expanding our idea of community, expanding the idea into the earth community, where the plants and the trees and the animals and the people of different countries are equally important. Number one, Coalition for Rainforest Nations. One of the greatest causes of climate change right now is the elimination of rainforests. Number two, Clean Air Task Force. Now, these that I'm sharing with you today are highly, highly, highly resourced, some of the most impactful organizations in the world creating direct support for the climate crisis. The Clean Energy Innovation Program at the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, Rainforest Foundation US, Sandbag, and the Climate Emergency Fund. Something else that we can do: align our remote work careers with ecological health. Just before I got to this speech today, I was in the kitchen of Selena Hostel, one of our partners for this conference, who's hosting me. And I was speaking to another nomad there. And he was so excited to share with me about the project that he was working on that has to do with electric-powered bicycles. And I knew that there had to be so many other projects in his bag, because as a digital nomad, you'll know, we often have 5, 10, 15 clients at once. But the passion and the interest that he had in sharing this with me really inspired me today before coming. It's not as hard as you think. These are 4 websites here. Well, actually, the first one is a Slack channel you'll all be shared the link with. The Slack channel and 4 websites that can directly help you to align your career around how to create ecological impact and still be able to work remotely and travel the world. Some of us have the idea that I can either make money or do good. Have any of you ever thought that? Raise your hand if you've ever thought you had to choose if you could make money or have a positive impact. Okay, a few of us. There are so many more organizations in the world doing good than we have the knowledge of. So what do we need to do? Get educated on what's happening in the country you're traveling in. And learn to care for the entire Earth community. This includes plants, animals, and their habitat, not just human community. Travel as a guest on this planet, not as an owner. Let's take a moment and close our eyes and take a deep breath in, 2, 3, 4, and release. I want to hear you guys one more time. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, and release. Let yourself come back into your own body. I know I'm throwing a lot of information at you. And go ahead and open your eyes. Number 7. Use our platforms and social media influence to create more global awareness. So currently, there are 3.78 billion social media users. That's a huge number. I personally can't even fathom that number. I can't see 3.78 billion marbles in front of me, or 3.78 billion flowers, nonetheless humans. That's about 48% of the population. So when we think about the kind of content that's going into that, what would happen if there was a higher percentage that was directed towards ecological awareness? We can see here the percentages of the different age groups. 84% are between age 18 and 29, 81% of those who are in between 30 and 49, 73% of people between 50 and 64, and about 45% of 65 and above. So when we look at the youth that are going to be taking the jobs, running the companies, making the policies that can create impact, where are they going for their information about what kind of world they are entering into? They're going to social media. Now, in the statistic, you'll see that 49% of consumers depend on influencer recommendations on social media. As digital nomads, we have an extremely high percentage of us that are influencers because of the intrigue of the lifestyle we're living, because of the international exposure. So what happens when we start to talk about what's really happening on the earth beyond just what we had for breakfast? Number 8, get into the streets. My first day here in Buenos Aires, Tato, one of the main organizers of this event, was bringing me here to Usina del Arte. We didn't end up making it because we spent 2 hours waiting for a strike to pass. And I was thrilled. I was like, yes, people here are protesting. They're getting into the streets. Now, we might think that it doesn't make a difference, but statistics actually show that protesting for climate action is critical to building the political will to change our systems. So if you want to find out about how you can get into the street, how you can join protests, here are 4 organizations, 350.org, Extinction Rebellion, Sunrise Movement, and Climate Change Makers that can give you relevant information. And again, you'll be receiving all of these links in an email at the end of the conference. The opportunity to create change is at our fingertips. Like we spoke to at the beginning of the talk, it's hard to change culture that's pre-existing. But because we are forming something new together, we have the opportunity to rewrite what it means to be a global nomad. Together, we can create a shift in global culture for the entire Earth community. We are expats, we are remote workers, we are travelers. But at the end of the day, we are nomads of the earth. It's what humanity began as the hunters and gatherers that we were back in the day, where we had that relationship and that connection with the earth. How can we find this connection again? How can we find both the wildness and the compassion, both the freedom and the structure to allow us to make a real impact? We can use our freedom, our flexibility, and our influence to inspire change. We are creators of change and sculptors of a new way of living. Now is the time to get informed. Now is the time to take action. Before I leave you today, I want to remind us of one thing: that we do have the opportunity to make a difference when we work together. When we realize that no matter what country we're from, what background we came from, that we're on the same planet. That our children are going to live on the same earth. And that as nomads, we have the opportunity to build bridges across the world in the ways that our governments aren't doing for us. In the ways that nonprofits try their best but struggle to. Each and every one of us has the opportunity to make a difference. Don't just join the movement. Become the movement. Let's take a deep breath in. 3, 4, and exhale. I want you to turn to the person next to you one last time, and we're going to take 2 minutes here, and we're going to talk about what is arising for us. Now, at the end of this talk, you might be feeling inspired, you might be feeling confused. All of it is welcome. But I invite you to be transparent with what has come up for you. What has shifted in the last 30 minutes of this presentation? So let's go ahead and find our partners again, and we're going to take 2 minutes to have a quick check-in with each other. And the prompt is, what is different for me? What has changed since the beginning of this presentation? What has shifted in me? And go ahead and have a dialogue back and forth. We won't do a ping per partner. We're just going to take 2 minutes here. Go ahead and start. For those of you that are watching this live streaming, I want to invite you to journal your answers or speak to somebody who's nearby you. We're going to take one more minute with this partner. And last sentence, bringing this to a close. If you can hear me clap once, if you can hear me clap twice. All right, we're going to find one other partner before we finish up for today. So look around the space, see if you can maybe speak to the person on your left, if you've been speaking to the person on your right, but take 2 minutes and we're going to find someone else. So look behind you, look in front of you. I can wrap up anytime. I can wrap, literally. What time is it now? Oh, okay, I'll wrap up. Okay, so once you found a new partner, give me some jazz hands. I'm tired of just raising my hand. I want to see some spirit fingers. Yeah, there we go. Okay, amazing. So with this partner, we're each going to take 1 minute and we're going to share what scares me. Now this might be about the earth. It might be about your own career. What scares me? The person with the longest hair is going to begin. Tough, you guys are going to have to brawl it out. So the person with the longest hair is going to begin. Take 1 minute. What scares me about being a nomad, about being on this earth? You guys need support. Which one has longer hair? You're gonna have to rub heads for it. And 1 minute beginning now. Person with the longest hair, please share. What scares me? What am I afraid of? Let it be as real and as transparent as you can. "15 seconds left. Ding! Bringing ourselves into silence. And going ahead and changing to the person with the shorter hair, sharing again, what scares me? What am I afraid of? And begin. "15 seconds left. Go ahead and wrapping up that final idea. And ding! If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Stay with this partner. We're going to answer one more question before we go back out into our own lives. And this question is, what brings me hope? What am I hopeful for? What brings me hope? And again, the person with the longest hair is going to begin. 1 minute now. What brings me hope? "15 seconds left. Finishing your last idea. Ding! Go ahead and change partners, or change to your other partner. Stay with your same partner. Person with the shorter hair, begin now. 1 minute. What brings me hope? What am I hopeful for? "15 seconds left, wrapping up this last topic. And bing! Let's come back into silence. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. All right, guys, we have one last breath in. Let's make it count. Deep breath in. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here today.
Thank you so much, Kayla.
My name is Kayla Atlework. You can find me at Find Kayla. And Montaya, if anyone's interested in joining our intentional global nomadic community, montaya.community or Facebook.com, Montaya Basecamp. Thank you, everyone, so much.
Thank you so much, Kayla. Thank you. Round of applause. All right, so we're wrapping up the day. Thank you, Kayla, for closing this wonderful group of speakers. I want to thank all the speakers and panel members today for the amazing work that they've done. Please, one more round of applause. And yeah, just some more things for tomorrow. Don't forget that you can get a bus back to Palermo after this. You can also get a bus in the morning at 8:25 and at 8:55 to come from Salina to here. There's a party today at 8 p.m. at Salina. Tomorrow will be a much busier day because it's Saturday and a lot of people work today. So make sure you come early enough. Don't count on specific times on the agenda because, as you saw today, there was a small shift. So don't risk losing and missing your favorite speakers. So make sure you come here on time and join us for some amazing more talks tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.